this evening's outside conditions? Moody, muggy, grey, gloomy, all of the above. A sweltering, albeit slightly stormy Friday. I think that works. All right. Good evening, wherever you are watching, in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. Welcome to a moody, muggy, grey, gloomy and now slightly stormy Friday evening in Darebin. It has been a properly humid one in Melbourne's northern quarter, and although the heat may be being sapped from a cool change outside, it is staying out on court here at Series Futsal, and Northcote will be possibly wanting more of a beneficiary from it. They brought the heat last week, defeating Hart 4-3 in dramatic fashion. They got themselves up and running for the calendar year. They were 3-2 down with barely 60 to spare. 2 in next to no time, however, ensured a potentially path-altering win for Isho Haskell's side. That has moved them into the heap of 3 teams all vying for a top 3 finish, another of whom is 1-0, who currently control that coveted final podium place. They took Fitzroy far 7 sleeps ago, only succumbing to a set-piece special to flip the FOS Cup final result from late last spring into early summer. That result indicative of a side on the rise, and tonight they'll be wanting to showcase more of that, despite a bit of a mixed bag to start the season. It's their chance to keep competition at bay ahead of a fortnight that could be fraught with firm fixtures for Costa Frutas and co. My name's Ethan Rigg, and welcome to Darabin on a night which for this season in and of itself could perhaps prove to be pivotal. Many a fixture will give teams an outlay of what their years could look like, as Bennett only found the palms of Lara El-Hayek, who was absent last week, reinstated between the sticks for 1-0 tonight. She finds Karina now too, who's also playing her first game, set for Jacobs, and Daly was quickly across to palm away in typically defiant fashion. Two teams at completely different ends, really, to how they will have viewed their start to the season. Northcote perhaps in a much better light after last week's win. For 1-0 they'll feel some frustration as to not having the opportunity to be one of the first sides to go 9 from 9 this season. Here's Hewitt, threaded down the line for Miller Best, who wanted to go the long way around Galanos but ran out of room. And you can feel what a victory does to a team. Northcote, who defensively have been quite focused so far in the early stages of the campaign, just showing a little bit more attacking guile. Early this evening, Jacobs, Galanos set it back from McCaffrey, who was pressed by Hewitt. That's a tidy 1-2. And McCaffrey kept it alive. The return from Jacobs, a good one. Couldn't thread it for Galanos. Hewitt cut the lines. Best beyond McCaffrey superbly. Tanaka the only one up with her. Best on for Tanaka. It's a good save from El-Hayek, who was quickly out to smother the angle. Not only the run, but the cutback from Miller Best was a beauty. And it required a rather tidy stop to deny Tanaka, who takes the corner. Went with too much height. El-Hayek claimed over Jacobs and went quickly for now too, but Bennett was in retreat with as much haste. This is the starter of a big Friday night. One which, as we've mentioned, despite it being early in the season, we might have to pause on that thought. Jacobs couldn't get away from Bennett. It nearly broke fortuitously for now too. Tanaka got under it. Bennett then poked it for Hewitt, who was happy to settle it all down and refine Miller Best. Went to blaze it for Bennett. Jacobs with an early hit, and it's a good height for Daly. Hewitt, Tanaka, touch round the corner, but with too much force for Bennett. It's a real tale this season of two sides who have had indiffering starts. Only the top two have found the net more frequently than 1-0's 15. And defensively, similarly can be said. Third in the table, third in every single metric that matters, as Jacobs spinning and winning a corner. Well, there they are without their top scorer tonight. Paige Foer, who has 7 unavailable. Second in the Golden Boot race, unable to add to that. McCaffrey, again hustled by Hewitt, this time tiptoed round. Her shot lacked sting, and Daly gathered without much discomfort. Tanaka, Bennett, steered it for Hewitt, who had runners too, one of whom was Bennett, who was immediately crowded by a sea of blue. Jacobs now on the charge, now 2 up with her. Lovely from 1-0, intricately done. Jacobs and Daly collide. Daly made a rather brave save, and now the counter's on the other way. Tanaka not beyond McCaffrey, who kept her cool. Jacobs once more. McCaffrey wanting to work the yard for a shot, instead happy to reset through Karina now too. Gave away to Best, who's charging the other way, and now two had to block. It's Tanaka, Best. This time lost out to Jacobs, and Emily Tanaka made sure that attack went no further. McCaffrey on for Smith. Best, all importantly, intervened. Tanaka then picked it up and gave it away to now Now two who was set by Jacobs and steered her effort over. Best to reset. When threading, Smith cut it out well before it could find Bennett and then wanted Jacobs to go on a run when she wanted the ball to feet. Tanaka, that's a beauty of a ball for Bennett. Under Hayek and in. A smashing find for Northcote to find themselves in front. The ball from Tanaka was terrific. Split 1-0 open and Bennett did the rest. Hayek tried to close the angle but was unable to stop it from finding a way under and finding Northcote with themselves an early advantage. McCaffrey, however, is wanting to change that and couldn't poke her way all the way through them all. Daly for Bennett. Hewitt's on her own. Hayek got there before, just in the nick of time, but the roll's cut out by Best. The touch too heavy. Jacobs wanted to pirouette and left it for McCaffrey, who had two with her and dragged her effort wide when going alone. Northcote one up, thanks to a bit of Emily Tanaka brilliance. At the spark that this game needed. Both teams had been looking. Northcote created some good chances. Bennett couldn't find it for Hewitt. McCaffrey happy to reset through Hayek. Smith. Jacobs. McCaffrey. Went into the channel. Best and Jacobs collided, and then the second time, Best wasn't able to get beyond. Jacobs shielding. And with the back heel. Now two. Smith curled into the arms of Daly, who was rather untroubled by it. Bennett, Tanaka. Those two looking to link up again. It's a lovely ball. Bennett, Hewitt. Oh, what a block. What a block from Rhiannon Jacobs. Isho Haskell had a shout for handball, which was waved away. A brilliant block, and Tanaka from the corner couldn't steer it. That denied Northcote a double in next to no time. And it might prove to be vital. A remarkable piece of goal line defending to keep the deficit only to 1. And she'll be hoping it galvanises 1-0. Into a way back into this game as McCaffrey was charging, threaded it inches wide of the far post. Tanaka dropped it off for Miller Best, who again went looking. What a transformation she's made to this side since coming in. Someone whose ceiling is high, and maybe, just maybe, we're starting to see the best of that in Northcote pink. There's McCaffrey, and he gave Bennett an opportunity for a foot in. Just struggling for a bit of rhythm. Found themselves a goal down. It's a poor giveaway from McCaffrey. Nuri, lovely 1-2 with Tanaka, and gave it on for Bennett. And maybe they went one ball too many. Now two's clearance. On for Jacobs, who had 3 to tiptoe around and didn't. Best charging, threading her effort wide. And for the first time tonight, a bit of rain has hit the northern part of Melbourne's inner suburbs. McCaffrey again couldn't get beyond Bennett. Her press has been a good one so far this evening. It's worked for Hannah. Tried to thread it for Jacobs. Nuri, who was in retreat, happy to clear. Frustrating first 6.5 minutes for 1-0. McCaffrey's looking to change that. Bennett again on the press. Tidily done by Hannah, whose touch was good. McCaffrey, Jacobs. Set it for Smith. Bennett quickly came across and nearly picked a pocket. Wasn't able to get much further forward, but was able to keep it. There's Daly. Bennett. Threaded for Tanaka, who's been able to occupy that pocket well. Tanaka went early and again was inches away from the far corner. Al Hayek beaten, and had it been on target, was merely a spectator. 1-0 have come close to going 2 behind, and now Nouri is charging when an early hit, and again just flashed wide. But there are the opportunities for Northcote, who have really ripped the momentum right from this first half. It's McCaffrey. 1-0 still only 1 down, which will be a point of positivity. Best tiptoed beyond Smith superbly, and then Hannah got a foot in. It broke for Smith, whose effort was into the palms of Daly. Tanaka steered it for Miller Best, who wanted to resume that battle, one which Smith wins on this occasion. Set for Hannah. Bennett quickly across. Nouri couldn't keep the move alive. (1-0) just starting to turn the screws. As McCaffrey threaded it for Hannah, who took it down well. McCaffrey once more. Wanted to steer it for Jacobs. Bennett got a boot in, and Smith gave it a slash. But it was one without too much direction. First little view of the timeout slip. Costa Fruitsis is marshalling his way over, and as it hits the railing, sees it as the perfect opportunity to rein his side in. So 1-0 the first to make that move. Clearly not best pleased with the start his side have made. Northcote have had a flurry of early opportunities, one which has been taken by Jaina Bennett, which is the difference as they lead 1-0 by a goal to nil at this first timeout. We return from timeout for the first time this evening. Northcote with the early breakthrough. They are on the hunt for back-to-back wins for the first time, not just this season, but since this club's formation. And it would give them a real opportunity to gain some ground. It would take them momentarily third in the table, which is no easy feat. And already in the early stages of the season is showing that it's a group that's starting to mesh. 1-0, however, are really knocking on the door, looking for a reply. McCaffrey wanted it from range, only thumped it into Tanaka. Nouri then got a foot in. Jacobs put a stop to that and had Tanaka to charge at. Rhiannon Jacobs happy to slow it to regain shape. Set it off for McCaffrey, who had Tanaka to go at, couldn't thread it again, and now Best is charging. Nouri is up with her. Miller Best had options, went to square it. Hannah in the way the first, Al Hayek the second, and the post on the third attempt. Not once, not twice, but thrice. Northcote denied, but then the next wave starts. Best threaded it. Cal went the launch. Al Hayek had to parry. And Northcote have a corner as a result. Really ripping away on the counter. Cow's take, Best dragged it, looking for Tanaka at the back stick. Jacobs cut it off, and now has Nuri to go at. Rhiannon Jacobs wanted the long way round, but was unsuccessful in finding it. Again, defensively diligent from Northcote, who've been good at stifling out 1-0 so far. Rhiannon Jacobs has looked most potent. Costa Frutas' message at that timeout, perhaps still yet to be seen. He ushered over with some haste, perhaps slightly disgruntled at the opening his side have made. Here is Laurel Hayek, who has had quite a bit to do in this first half so far. Finds Galanos. Wanted to thread for Smith, but again Best was on. Nuri wanted to play it to her. Tanaka made it work in the end. Set it back for Cal. That's a lovely ball, and Nuri's touch was just a fraction off. If not, Northcote might have very well been in for a look at 2. A higher press being set. And 1-0 wants play out. Galanos found Hannah. McCaffrey was on the overlap. Instead chose the reset. Galanos went with height. Daly got there ahead of Sophie McCaffrey. Quickly on for Best. Nuri, who gave it away. McCaffrey's got a look, and Daly's palmed away well. An all-important intervention to prevent it from being 1-1. Northcote nearly gave 1-0 a gift. One which McCaffrey almost gleefully accepted, as that hit from Galanos was into the back of Tanaka. As Cal resets things for Northcote, couldn't find Tanaka. Smith made a good block, given away to Galanos. McCaffrey, it's a lovely turn. Away from Best, but not beyond Daly, who saved down low. And now Tanaka is charging. Options left and right. Nuri was one, but the stretch was just a fraction too far ahead of her. And the ball trickles out. Joe Haskell wanting reluctantly to make a change, perhaps just holding out momentarily. Galanos, Smith. Couldn't flick it beyond Cow, who did well to win it. Best split the lines. Tanaka's touch wasn't as tidy as she would have liked, but it finds its way back. Best, Cow, they want to work their way out of the press. Given away to Hannah, who threaded for McCaffrey. Again, Miller Best had read it well and is now going all on her own. Al Hayek intervened to prevent Northcote from finding a second. And now 1-0 counter. Smith for McCaffrey, and Daly pushes away. Nuri kept it alive. Tanaka. It's a smashing ball, but just too heavy for Best. And now that change does occur. Perhaps some time in the waiting. Christine Hannah. Galanos. Hannah once more. Face to face with Tanaka. Smith went down the line to lend a helping hand. Wanted to go on the switch for McCaffrey, but just wasn't quite able to. And we mentioned Northcote defensively have been very good this season. They have the same defensive record as the reigning champions, so it does show that they are capable of being in and around that mix. And tonight would go a long way, if it stays this way, to reaffirming the hopes of a top 3 finish. Galanos happy to go back, all the way back, to Al Hayek. Galanos kept it alive this time. McCaffrey, hustled by Hewitt, did well to evade. Now Hannah. Face to face with Tanaka, wanting to tiptoe her way down the line. Set it back for Galanos, whose hit was caught well enough, but not troublingly enough. And Daly's quick to go. Cow's got Tanaka as the only one further forward. Galanos wanted to close the angle. It's set back for Best. Tanaka. Thought about it momentarily. Hewitt stole a yard, and Al Hayek did well to deny and then gather at the second time of asking. Smith wanted to go diagonally, but Galanos had not made the run. Good, happy to run those changes. Tanaka with a lot of time to turn. And this time beyond Galanos, Tanaka gave it a hit and dragged it right at the crucial moment. She was given an age to be able to spin. Emily Tanaka afforded an era and couldn't quite make 1-0 pay. Here's Hannah. As they look for a response, Tanaka again did well to read it. Set it back for Best. Wanted a run from Bennett, couldn't slide it through. Hannah picked it up, gave it a hit, but again it's a rather comfy one for Daly, who was quick to go. Galanos with a helpful nod. Hannah, who took it down well, set it back for Smith. And the return, Hannah used her hand to keep it alive. Another Northcote free kick in a first half where they've done well to frustrate 1-0. A wry smile from Isho Haskell. Tanaka's free kick, Galanos got a flick and was able to do so into touch. Bennett, Tanaka on the spin, it fell for Hewitt who steered it wide. Inches from 2 again. She must be wondering what more she has to do to score this evening. The first blocked brilliantly, the second she just leaned back as she went to strike it and sliced across it as a result. Galanos' touch invited Tanaka, Hewitt on for Bennett. Northcote again moving well. Tanaka, Hewitt this time with a touch too heavy. El Hayek gathered, wanted to try and catch out Daly, who was dangling off the net. And with some nonchalance, let it trickle out of play. Tanaka, Best, lovely ball for Bennett, good foot from Galanos. Bennett kept the move alive. Hewitt went to lend a helping hand. Galanos sandwiched and somehow beat the lot of them. I wanted to switch for Smith. The ball was again just a fraction too heavy. That's rather summed up this first half to date for 1-0. One of frustration. Daly again allowed to turn with much ease. Tanaka on for Best. Couldn't get beyond Galanos, and now McCaffrey could go the other way. Had now 2 with him. McCaffrey went alone. Forced another good gather from Paige Daly. Bennett. Afforded room, threaded beautifully for Hewitt, who on the turn was met by El Hayek. Another opportunity to add a second goes awry. And now 1-0 counter, and McCaffrey couldn't catch Daly out at the near post. Just a couple more opportunities. Northcote happy for this game to open up. Bennett beyond Smith, but out of play. Five and a half to the break, and so far, you would have to say, Isho Haskell the happier of the 2 on the touchline. Much frustration for Costa Frutzis so far. 1-0 have knocked on the door, but their efforts have been rather tamed and have not troubled Daly. McCaffrey is sliding through them all, however, and steered her effort just wide. Perhaps a little bit of a lunge. Just as she went to trouble Daly, it's Tanaka, Best. Deflected off now too, and out of play. Is there something else to this first half? It's been one of frequent Northcote opportunity. Lara El Hayek has been besieged in this opening quarter of an hour. That's tidy from Tanaka to find Hewitt, who's quickly on for Bennett. Emily Tanaka stole a yard. El Hayek came and didn't get there, and now the net is vacant. Tanaka twisting, chopping. Bennett has belted it in. Those 2 link up once more, and Northcote have doubled their lead in supreme fashion. The footwork fanciful from Tanaka. The setback inviting, and Bennett blasted it beyond El Hayek to make sure that for all of those opportunities, the second goal does suffice. As Best and McCaffrey collide, and Northcote have a free kick. Miller Best, albeit a little bit gingerly, back to her feet. Play resumes. There's Jana Bennett, who is on a first half hat-trick. Search for Tanaka. Touched it back for Best, who kept it alive. Tanaka thought about the 1-2 momentarily. Jacobs then hustled her to good effect. Jacobs charging. Daly got a palm. Fell fortuitously for now to set it on for Hannah, who gave it a hit, but this time without as much force as Jacobs merely moments ago. First real bit of fire, the first real bit of bite, but 1-0 have shown for some time. Daly up to the task, as she has been throughout this first half. As Galanos looks to begin the next wave, happy to go home for El Hayek. Those two spent a lot of time at Northern Phoenix together towards the back end of last season. Good read from Tanaka. Bennett is tiptoeing, looking to find a way beyond the lots. Galanos stood up to good effect. Quickly for now too, who wanted help. Hannah came to lend a hand, and she was hustled to Hewitt, who got a good challenge in. Another one of those former Phoenix players, Christine Hannah, linked up for El Hayek, who was happy to go on a bit of a venture. Galanos, lovely ball for now too. Set for Jacobs, Tanaka got a foot. Set for now too again, who sliced across. But that's much better from 1-0, and easily the most poignant piece of attacking flair they've shown in this first half. Still, it has come to nought so far. Second 20 where they will have to make haste if they are to get themselves back into this game. Hannah lost out to Tanaka, who gave it to now too. And Daly quickly across to make a diving save. Starting to be tested more frequently. Bennett momentarily had a yard on Jacobs, who came across to shut the door. Now two. Set it back for Rhiannon Jacobs, who couldn't thread it beyond Hewitt. Via a deflection, it does find its way. Hannah Galanos, who fired it into Best, who went through the legs of Nikki Galanos, but then Hannah quickly in to take over and tiptoed away beyond Hewitt before being forced to set back. Galanos once more. Jacobs. Now two. Bennett quickly across to shut the door down the line. Hannah, they've got 2.5 to find a way back in. Or will Northcote find themselves at half-time with the clean sheet unblemished? El Hayek had to lunge. Galanos. Tidy ball to find now too. 1-0 just starting to build. Hannah Galanos. Now two. Jacobs was lurking. Hannah went to find her with height. Jacobs got a flick, and Daly with a dribble was there to gather. Tanaka took a risk, and now two knows it. Lovely ball from Best. Bennett set it. Tanaka. El Hayek denied. Emily Tanaka kept it rolling. Galanos got a foot in. Hewitt kept things going for Northcote. Bennett on a hat-trick. Tanaka was darting her way in and just couldn't apply a firmer touch to steer it beyond and steer it in for 3. And Costa Fruitsis is cutting a much more frustrated figure on the touchline. Does not seem best pleased with the way that this half has gone. Best intervened, but only for Jacobs, who stung the palms of Daly. Both talks will be interesting. A real head scratcher for one. And there is a real beaming smile on the face of the other gaffer. Best lost out this time. Showed too much to Jacobs. Tanaka was deepest and got a good challenge in. Best wanted a kickstart a counter. Hewitt's touch was a fraction too heavy, and it found Al Hayek, who was quick to go. Jacobs with a loose one, and that really a microcosm of the first 20. As we head towards the first half's final 60 seconds. Is there one last little alteration to the opening passage? Bennett got in round the back and got away from El Hayek, but a shot allowed Lara El Hayek to gather, having reset. Best in ahead of now too. That's been the real difference in this first half. Northcote, when it's come to those second balls, have just been quicker. Have just taken with more tenacity an opportunity to press. And it's why they find themselves 2 up. There's El Hayek. Again, happy to go beyond halfway. Set it back for Hannah. Now 2 with a good touch and a tidy return, but one with too much force. Daly. Have Northcote got one more in them? It's a lovely lob to find Hewitt. Was cut out well by now 2, who fancies an early hit. And Daly again, happy to gather on the second attempt. And again go with height, this time for Best. Tanaka got out the way, couldn't quite thread it for Hewitt. Now 2, again was there to close that line off. Galanos poked it for Jacobs, who kept it alive. Wanted to set it back for Hannah, but her and Bennett both watched it trickle over the touchline. The final embers of a first half on a sweltering, on a sauna-like Friday evening so far. And it is one at the moment which Northcote will be hoping doesn't end too quickly. 2 opportunities taken, a plethora more created, but for the time being, that will be the way that the first half finds itself at its eventual conclusion. Half-time in Darabin, and Northcote, who won last week, are well on track. They are halfway to 2 in a row. 1-0, have some questions to be answered. A head-scratcher for Costa Frutas & Co. As we go to half-time, it's Northcote 2, 1-0. We return from half-time in Darebin, and though Northcote are 2 to the good, it may not be as sturdy an advantage as they have foresawn. Paige Daly and Emily Tanaka had to go at half-time, so Miller Best is now in between the sticks for the entirety of the second half and is already in the action, although it's a rather gentle gather to kick off her time as a stand-in shot stopper. We have seen this before, but this is the first time in the new year. Chaos for Isho Haskell and for Northcote, who will need to be extra diligent if they are to get themselves over the line. Cal was a good block. Galanos gave Isho Haskell a touch test on the touch line, and she came across to clear. So although it was a frustrating first half for 1-0, the door is more than slightly ajar, you would have to say. There is quite the opening, with an outfielder in goal. Ample opportunity to get themselves right back into this game, although to perhaps just unnerve Northcote, who have looked rather sturdy, they will need to do so in time. And Hewitt's now got an opportunity to break, to perhaps inflict more pain, but Hannah got a foot in to good effect. Here's Cal, who had too much force on it for Bennett. Can 1-0 halve the deficit in next to no time? That is the all-important question right at the start of this second half. Is the goal to come? If so, when? Now 2 on for Hannah to have a hit. And Miller Best makes a very good save. That was arrowing for the top corner. She went quickly for Hewitt, who couldn't get around Galanos, but could win a corner. Northcote's first of the second half. Hewitt's take fizzed across, and Jacobs had to clear. Cleared only as far as Bennett, but Hannah got a foot in. They are knocking on the door already. Get the feeling the best form of defence is attack. They nearly found Nuri, but a touch was loose and it allowed Al Hayek to gather. Who went quickly for now two. Surrounded by two, got away from them. Jacobs might have a hit and forced a palm out of best at the expense of a corner. That is the kind of attacking, of shooting freedom that will be encouraged if they are to get themselves back into this game. Now two to take. Galanos gave it a hit. And Best happy to beat away at a near post. It will be another 1-0 corner. Hannah came across and Nuri got a foot in. But they are just starting to turn the screws. They want the earliest of possible pathways back towards more than just a point. They'll still believe they can go and win it from here. Jacobs from distance, and again Best had to palm. So far, defiant from Miller Best as stand-in. But 1-0, surging. All have a licence. You get the feeling of shoot on sight whenever you can. Even a half chance could find its way in. Al Hayek quickly. Jacobs charging at Bennett. Unable to get beyond, but got a foot in. Iso Haskell already conversing. Lovely ball from Best. Smashing turn from Hewitt. Northcote are in all of a sudden. Al Hayek gathered, but not fully, and Norrie steered it wide. What a look at three. The ball from Best was brilliant. The turn from Hewitt was balletic. All it required was a finishing touch, and it would have rounded out a truly regal move. 1-0 still for now. Have only a double to make up for in deficit. Jacobs, not for Galanos. The only other aspect is they cannot hurry. Time is of the essence, of course, but it is also in plentiful supply. Right at the start of the second half, an early goal just throws all kinds of spanners into the Northcote works. Nuri on the turn, blocked by Jacobs, ricocheted for Hannah. Hewitt in retreat, recycled through Cow, tiptoed beyond one, got it through the legs of Galanos. Nuri took over, set back for Bennett, who hammered it into Galanos, who was happy to see it over the line and out of play. Here is Miller Best, who again has gone searching. Jacobs across. Bennett, Nuri sat Jacobs down and tried the reverse. Smith was alert. Nuri kept charging and flashed the effort just wide of the far post. Although it is direct, although it is rather individual, rather robust, they're still carving out opportunities. Iso Haskell with an eager glance at the clock. That's a brilliant touch from Bennett, who was quickly on for Nuri. Bennett once more. Down the line for Cow, who kept it alive, and Smith across. And despite being the ones with only 5 at the start of the second half, Northcote are the ones applying the pressure now. They rode the wave and are wanting to surf a way through. A succession of side balls. Cow quickly for Nuri, who wants to spin Galanos. Set for Hewitt, via a deflection, it's in! Northcote at a third, and having withstood a real 1-0 press at the start of the second half, Louise Hewitt had it fall to her on the edge of the area and thumped it in emphatically. 3-0 and possibly on their way to 3 points. Though there is still much time. Louise Hewitt, who had 2 golden looks in the first half, had it third time the charm to add a 3rd goal. Now to set it back, Galanos took a deflection. Miller Best did well. Just to hurry and gather. Went to fling it for Nouri, fell for Cow, who couldn't steer it round the corner. But that desire, that drive, seems to be pouring out of Northcote at the moment. 1-0 have to find something. And El Hayek, who'd already touched it once, has now given an opportunity for a 4th. For 2 in next to no time. A quick 1-2 punch. That might prove to be the knockout blow. Nouri and Bennett holding court. Hewitt back stick. Cow loitering. Nouri, Bennett has her hat-trick! And Northcote have got a fab 4th. The most elegantly worked of set pieces. The roll set Bennett off beautifully and she belted it in. Northcote stand-alone top scorer has her first 3-piece of the new year. And they are running away with it in Friday's early kickoff. 1-0 shell-shocked. 4-0 down to a Northcote side who have started the second half in a surge. Two very different touchlines. Isho Haskell hardly able to hide his joy. Costa Fruitsis pondering his question, the one which weighs heavy for 1-0. Where do we go from here? How do we find the way back? Smith to Hannah, who wanted to provide an answer, but the ball had just a fraction too much heat on it. And it's been those little things so far this eve that have proved the difference maker. Small interventions, small moments, which isolated mean not much, but when they come together, they add magnitude. Jacobs. Bennett happy to restart. Finds her way back to Miller Best. On for Hewitt, who via a ricochet got beyond Galanos but not Smith. Now a door might open. Hewitt battling back. Cow lended a helping hand. And it found its way through Bennett, who went with height. Nouri will make it work. Well, not able to keep it alive. Northcote are finding, playing out with some ease though. 1-0's press absent. Lovely from Jacobs. But Bennett again, diligent. Happy to fire it away. Smith was found by Galanos. Set it back for Jacobs. Galanos once more. Couldn't thread it beyond Nouri. And now there might be a Northcote counter. Holding off Galanos, on for Hewitt. Nouri couldn't sort the touch out and might be down with some discomfort. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. Nouri clutching her ankle in some angst. Back on her feet, albeit a little bit gingerly. Isho Haskell needs the full ensemble to go the distance. cannot afford to go with only 4. Now a player down. Isho Haskell wants timeout, called tactically to ensure that his side will have the full 5, but they have hit 4 so far. 2 on the other side of half-time in quite quick fashion. As we go to timeout, it's Northcote 4, 1-0. We return from timeout. 2 Northcote goals either side of half-time currently have them in dreamland. 4-0 to the good. They would not have envisioned this even in their wildest dreams when they got here this evening. And it's been one where the performance has asked for more too. 4 could so easily have been many more. It takes them 3rd in the table, and it is a real statement of what this side perhaps could be capable of this season. It was a scratchy first win to get them off the mark, but now it would be the top 3. And the expectation that comes with it. Smith searching, Jacobs flick, without much fire. For 1-0, however, there is still plenty of time. If there was to be a quick couple, all of a sudden the deficit would only be 2, and there would be a real box office finish. However, Nouri wanted to spin her way beyond Galanos, who watched well, and Jacobs wasn't able to turn Hewitt. You get the feeling that the longer this half goes on, the more opportunities will open up for 1-0. Northcote, having only 5 available, will tire on a night that is most moggy. There's Hewitt. Set it back for Bennett, who's pressed by Hannah. Jana Bennett wanted to go the long way, but ran out of room. When? The question still. Does the shift come? Are 1-0 able to break Northcote down? Or will they be en route for a first clean sheet of the season? Hannah got away from Bennett. Went on the switch for Smith, who's happy to go home for Galanos. Jacobs, lovely turn, and a suave hit! Which was well wide of an unbothered Miller Best. She's again looked for Nouri. Cow wanted to make it work, but wasn't able to. And another contest of intrigue up next. Carlton Hart, who have had some reinforcement this evening, will take on a Melbourne Aku side who are in need of a pick-me-up themselves. Battered by Victoria Lions last week. That's a good read from Jacobs, but Nuri regained footing to block. Although 1-0 do have a corner. Costa Frutis more encouraging, liking what he's seeing more. Galanos' take. Smith was short, Jacobs tried to peel away, Nuri got a foot in. The issue for them is momentum. Just when they think they've started to get up ahead of steam this evening, there's been something loose that has happened. That's a lovely ball, however. Hannah just couldn't quite take it down. It's been that kind of night so far. Best went searching. Hewitt just about kept it alive. Galanos got a foot in. Fell fortuitously for Hannah, who steered it on for Jacobs. Galanos wanted to thread it. It ricocheted its way before Bennett got a boot in and then was happy to clear. But they are starting to knock on the door. Do they have the key to reduce the deficit by a quarter? Smith, Galanos. Went back for Smith. That first goal must come soon. Time just starting to tick away from them a touch. There's Galanos. Went back for Smith, who's giving it away. An errant ball. Nuri is storming. Galanos came across to close the angle. And then, firmly enough, prevented Nuri from being able to go further forward. She was all on her own. Al-Hayek went searching. Bennett picked it off. Has now got runners with her. Went to go all the way through Jacobs and wasn't able to do so. Rhiannon Jacobs can lead a counter beyond Bennett, beyond Hewitt, off the post. Maybe, just maybe, that was their moment. Northcote carved open on the counter. Jacobs went all on her own. And was the inside of the upright away from getting one back. Comfortably. The best they have produced so far this evening. And also perhaps a wake-up call for Northcote. A loose touch from Cow nearly invited Hannah. Bennett did well. Hewitt gave it back to her. Jacobs firm. Nuri lashed it and Galanos wore it full force at the expense of a Northcote corner. Louise Hewitt's take. If they add a fifth, that would certainly seal it. Fizzed it across and it beat everybody. No oncoming runner. Waiting to fling themselves at it at the far post. That's Galanos. Went down the line for Hannah. 1-0 needing some urgency. Smith. Wanted to thread it, but only found Hewitt. And again, that ball for Nuri just too heavy. Costa Frutis will be keeping this 5 to the close as well, you assume. Galanos, Smith. What have they got? Galanos threaded, Jacobs allowed Cow to get a foot in. She then left it for Hewitt, but the miscommunication created an opportunity. One which Bennett was quick to stifle out and quick to win a free kick from. They've just timed taking Sting out of the game perfectly so far tonight. Isho Haskell, with some instruction, has cut a much more confident, much more animated figure on the touchline this evening. His best finds Nuri. Dropped it off for Hewitt. Went to thread it for Cal, but with too much force. Hannah makes way for now too. 1-0 have really got to throw it all at it. Cal just hustled Galanos. And it has been that desire to go and meet the challenges, to go and win the second balls. That is the difference. As Jacobs is charging and out of room. This potentially momentous for Northcote. Best found Hewitt, whose touch found Galanos. Now two then with a loose one. Set it back for Smith. Galanos. Again for Sadie Smith, who gave it away to Nouri, who can now charge all on her own. Around Smith, through a Hayek, it's 5. And finally, with the door being knocked on by Nouri for so long, the net ripples. A Northcote statement right at the end of summer. There will be no auspicious autumnal start for Northcote. 1-0, however, heading into cooler times, will be feeling blue. A searing summery end. Remarkable, truly, in its nature. And considering they've added more post-half time than they had before it, without a keeper, without substitutions. It's been systematically superb. As Bennett tried to thread it for Nouri, who wasn't able to turn this time. Galanos to Smith. Come 1-0 now, perhaps turning to damage limitation, possibly Consolation. Jacobs loses out once more. Bennett has done brilliantly up against her this evening. There being a serious reset. You get the feeling at 1-0. Costa Frutis not best pleased with the evening as a whole. A disgruntled shake of the head on the touchline. Chalk it up as one to forget, I'm certain. As Nouri ran out of room. But on the opposite end, for Isho Haskell and Northcote, this is a result of affirmation, really, of directional positivity and of emphasis. And now Hewitt is charging, looking for her second. Smith got a foot in. Jacobs could go the other way, and Bess was calm to gather. Costa Frutis wants timeout as Galanos went flying. And he will have just that. The final one of the evening's opening kickoff. North could have been superb in the second half, adding a treble of strikes. As we get a timeout, it's Northcote 5, 1-0. We return from timeout for the final time in the early kickoff. It has been a 5-star Northcote performance up until this point this evening. 4-1-0. All of the positivity, all of the strides that have been taken so far this season. This is an evening to forget. It's possibly a turning point as well for their campaign. Back-to-back defeats looming. And where they were so close against Fitzroy last week, this is astonishing. The kind of firing that will lead to some tangible, you would imagine, structural change. It has not been their night, to put it most bluntly. They still have opportunities to take from this game. There are goals to be got. Damage can be reduced. And a strong final 10 could go a long way. Best, Hewitt. Again, try to poke it down the line, only for Galanos, who asked a lot of Jacobs, but not too much. Now 2. Good foot in from Cow. And it took a final flick. Can they possibly find the 1 or 2? A silver lining on a grey evening. As Smith, happy to take her time now. 2 opened up. Smith once more. Good foot from Bennett. Ricocheted for Jacobs, who won it not once but twice. But Jana Bennett once again equal to the task. Happy to keep the door closed. This is a statement of intent from Northcote, however. As Galanos set it back for Smith. Out the other way for now 2. Good foot from Hewitt. Smith. Jacobs. Again looking for an opportunity forward. That early second half really shot supremacy as Best palms onto the post. What a save. Terrific stop from Miller Best to deny Jacobs, and for the time being, she, as a stand-in, is keeping a clean sheet. Smith. Jacobs again searching. This time, Best got a foot. Galanos with an open net. Gets one back for 1-0. No clean sheet for the evening, at least. And they are within 4. Dare you say it? They couldn't, could they? A goal can galvanise in funny ways. But Bennett is charging. Hewitt gave it back to her. Bennett not beyond Smith. Now 2's going the other way. Smith to restart. Galanos threaded. Now 2 off for Jacobs. Now 2. This is much more energetic from 1-0. Smith, Galanos. Jacobs. Couldn't get beyond Cal the first time. Jacobs on the swivel. Only finds the palms of Best. Who's quick to go? Hewitt. Couldn't get beyond Galanos and lost out. Nikki Galanos to take her time. Smith. Credit it for now 2. Jacobs, they had Galanos on the far side, all on her own. And wasn't quite found. Hewitt let it trickle out of play. 2 very different tempos now, where 1-0 are going full throttle. Northcote happy to slow it. Hewitt with room to charge. Jacobs across, but you'll keep it. Approaching the final 5 of Friday's early kickoff. Smith with a good foot in. 4 in 5 minutes is required for a point. It would take something special beyond special. Hewitt. This time beyond Smith and flashed it across. Had Bennett centrally, was on the lookout for her second and was inches from the far post. It was a smashing spin to open the shot up for herself. Just wasn't quite able to finish. Lovely read from Cow to get away from Jacobs, who was quick in retreat. And did well, very well, to prevent the corner. Smith, Galanos. Ball was an awkward one to control. Bennett. Northcote wanting to see it through. Galanos got in and now can drive, having picked Bennett's pocket. Waited on a reinforcing run in Hannah, but it got a flick. There is still a bit of belief that they could perhaps pinch a point. Galanos. Hannah. Set back for Jacobs. Lovely ball for Galanos. Bennett got a boot on it. Hewitt, who was in trouble momentarily, got out of it well. Cow for best. Who had Nouri surging. The touch was just too heavy. Al-Hayek. Who is on the charge, who is on a run. The Golden Glove winner of the last 2 seasons just gone. Going on a venture. Smith with a hit. Cow happy to clear. Jacobs. Set for Smith, who gave it a hit. Best had to be short. 1-0 have a corner. This might be the last knocking if they are to have a look at a point. And Hannah was all on her own at the near post. Was just unable to steer in. Otherwise, they might have been within reach. Best didn't quite get the best of that. Jacobs with haste. Galanos, whose touch was loose. I think that sums it up more so than anything. The evening in a nutshell for 1-0. Hewitt wanted to tiptoe away forward, got it back via a ricochet, and this time it took a deflection off Smith to find Cow. Bennett on for Miller Best. Might be within range, you know, and Jacobs hurtled across the block. Northcote now just winding the clock down. Ever so close to a second consecutive win. Lovely from Bennett. Oh, it's brilliant! And Nouri was inadvertently in the way. Jacobs again wanting to go quickly. Al-Hayek back for Rhiannon Jacobs. Galanos. Away from Cow. Hannah to steer it! Shout for handball, penalty. Penalty given. Fizzed across Hannah's hip first time. There is a protest on the Northcote bench, but it will fall on deaf ears. And Isho Haskell will find himself in the book for his outburst. He still argues the point. And now Michael Marisic, I believe, is going to be removed from the bench. Haskell now has to behave himself. Costa Fruits are struggling to see what all the commotion is about. So with just under 3 to go, this would get 1-0 within 3. And maybe, just maybe, we've got a game on our hands. A late rally. Jacobs against Mila Best, who, if she were to save this, would probably, most likely, go down in Northcote folklore. Jacobs scores, thumps it in, and they are within 3. There is still time. A goal a minute, not that far out of the ordinary. It was mentioned that Northcote would tire. That perhaps starting to show. Isho Haskell in the book, so he must not have any more an outburst, or they will be without a manager to the end. Jacobs, good read to cut off the ball from Hewitt. Set it back for Galanos. They've already been involved in one dramatic late Friday night light. Could it be 2 in 2 weeks? One, they'll have a corner. 2.5 to find 3. They wouldn't dare go for 4, would they? Smith's take. It nearly fell for Jacobs, and they will reload again. There's a real unnerve, a real anxiousness around this Northcote side now. You can feel that those seconds will feel like minutes, those minutes like days, unless Nouri can ice the cake. Cal wanted to return, Al Hayek gathered well. And now they must drop. Galanos. Happy to hold, set it back for Smith. Time ticking away for 1-0. Nikki Galanos, what has she got? Threaded for Jacobs, who went beyond Bennett and into the palms of Best. Might that be their look? Best going for distance. Nouri with a good take. Hewitt's hit, wins a corner. Hewitt's take. Nouri came across. Cow on the follow-in. Al Hayek palmed, and Nouri flashed it wide. That would have iced it. Although that sequence in and of itself might have qualmed the comeback. Northcote still holding firm. 1-0 pressing. Nouri with the room to charge. Hewitt then up with her. Nouri once more, surrounded by a sea of blue. Happy to take the time and the sting out. And then invite Galanos, taken to the corner. This is magnificent from Nouri, who then gave it away to Hannah. 1-0 must go now if they are to have any ember alive. Jacobs from range, Best lets it fly. That'll be that, you feel. 70 seconds. That is all between Northcote and the top 3. After 2 defeats to kickstart the season, to even their ledger. Bennett wasn't far away. Smith. Jacobs wanted it from Galanos, who gave it away to Cal, who in turn couldn't find Nouri. But for Northcote, I doubt it matters. For 1-0, they will falter to 1 and 3. Northcote get themselves to 2 wins and 2 defeats apiece. Currently leading the way for the podium, and Al Hayek forced into a late save. Hannah, hustled by Hewitt, but not beyond Bennett, who wanted the charge herself. Jacobs, is there one for the road for 1-0? Rhiannon Jacobs. Hannah set for Galanos, and Bess gathers. Searching. Nuri. Lovely take. Lovely turn, and a high saves down low at the near post. Late Northcote corner. Do they want a sixth? Fell for Hewitt. Set for Nuri. Again, they will do it all over. A win of emphasis. Perhaps the turning of the tide for this club. Couple of question marks at the start of the new year. Those which in the last fortnight have been answered, and potentially this evening in particular, then some. One late lunge from 1-0 will matter not. Northcote will go to the top three. It is their night on Friday's earliest kickoff. Their summer swan song is one of sunshine, whereas for 1-0, it is the stormy skies of a gloomy Melbourne evening. Full time in Darebin. It's Northcote 5, 1-0 2. It was very late heartbreak for Carlton Heart last week. They had it sewn up, signed, sealed, but not quite delivered. Close, but not quite close enough. Tonight, they must set all of that aside in pursuit of a win to possibly get them off the back of the grid. On the other hand, it's been a crestfallen fortnight for the reigning champions. At risk of being blown away by a Victoria Lions vortex last week, once 4 down inside 5 minutes, they rallied to limit the damage, only to find cracks in the castle windows. Already 6 points off the pace, the time for a quartet of titles quickly slipping away. Knowing they'll gain ground on at least one challenger if successful tonight, it becomes a 6-pointer for the sake of their sovereignty. They have not seen a situation quite like this. Since they stole the crown, it has been retained with regal effortlessness. But they face a bolstered, a much more reinforced Carlton Heart side than we have seen in the opening few weeks of the new season. As Rhys Teresi himself has wanted to get this club up and running on their return, finally, to Series Futsal. It's been a few weeks for Heart which have been much maligned, but they will be hoping all of that vanishes this evening in order to get themselves not only off the bottom of the table, not only up and running, but finally, feeling as though they are at home once again in Darabin. And Howard is charging and forced a brilliant save out of Rebecca Yee early. Mergianos battled and did well so. Howard in retreat stopped it from finding its way to Reimer. Robertson dropped it off for DeMarco. Two who made a splash at Nationals. The other new addition is Emma Olsen, a new signing for Hearts. Had some time at Northern Phoenix throughout the last couple of seasons. Made her name as one of the brighter young keepers in the league. Is back in series in the absence of Sophia Alvarenga this evening. As Reimer fancied a hit, early test for Olsen, and it's a rather tamed one. Comfortable gather. Flung it quickly for Robertson, now DeMarco. Those two link up well, and Howard was sold short! Duff was in the first time, Olsen denied not once but twice. A terrific pair of saves and a quick fling. DeMarco wanted Piers Barlow. Yamashita and Mergianos miscommunicated. And Aku get themselves out of a muddle. A much more heart-racing start for Carlton. Could have a corner at the end of a really good counter. Reimer via a deflection went for Duff at the back post. Olsen flung a foot out to good effect. Quick for DeMarco. Now Howard. He went searching down the line for Joffa, but wasn't unable to find her. Reimer got it from Yamashita. Aku really wanting to turn the screw on Hart early. Suave spin from Reimer. Set it back for Duff, who's been the flavour of the month. Reimer's ball picked off by Howard. Joffa once more. Tidy for DeMarco, whose return was equally as such, but the touch down the line was where the attack petered out. And just a quick test of wrist protection. And we are back underway. Mergianos, Duff was darting, instead went for Yamashita. And now Duff, he threaded it for Day. Trying to work a yard. DeMarco got in the way. Howard let it roll back for Olsen. And now Piers Barlow, who has got room to charge into. Wanted to find Joffa. Duff poked a boot at it. Yamashita leading the counter. Mergianos couldn't sort her feet out. DeMarco diligently put a stop to it, and Piers Barlow had to hammer it away. First of the hard changes for the evening. DiMarco's brief opening flash was a good one. Makes way for Racinos, who's immediately got Yamashita to deal with and does so. Duff. Twisted in turn beyond Piers Barlow. Day. Mergianos. Again for Chazil Day. Not beyond Howard, who's made a bright start. Set it for Joffa, who's got Racinos charging. Joff did brilliantly. It's a wondrous run. And Yamashita got the all-important foot in to put a stop to it. Mergianos now. Yamashita. Duff is all on her own and also makes a massive save at first. And then Piers Barlow's block on the line was of equal importance at the second time. Aku making haste to restart. Mergianos having her effort blocked by Howard. Juwon getting prepped. Mergianos, that's a magnificent stop. Olsen saw it late. Reacted quickly down low to palm away for a corner. Duff, Yamashita into Racinos. Ricocheted for Piers Barlow, who was immediately hustled by Yamashita and now worked her way through. Racinos, whose touch was loose, had a yard. Hence, quite a visible piece of frustration. Both of these sides throwing it all at each other early. Yamashita threaded for Mergianos, who couldn't spin Juwon and then had it picked off by Piers Barlow. It's Ricochet found Joffa, who was on for Juwon through the legs of Rebecca Yee and off the post. Unbelievable. A shave of varnish between Hearts and the opening goal. Racinos. Joffa once more. Got beyond Day. Want to cut back for Piers Barlow. Yamashita in the way. Mergianos. Piers Barlow got the final touch. Robertson reinstated. Reece Teresi running the changes and Day sliced. A frighteningly fiery first 5 minutes. Juwon, Racinos, Robertson. Lovely spin away from Yamashita. Set back for Juwon. Vonya. Juwon, and they get through the Aku press just about. Robertson, Vonya. This time away for Yamashita. Day on the stretch. Only cushioned it for Olsen to come and pick up. Robertson went searching for Vonya. Yamashita had to be diligent. Duff with a tidy touch around the corner for Reimer. Day. Lovely ball. Duff on her own. And Olsen denies again. Reimer's follow-up too. That one far more comfy for the Carlton Hearts shot stopper. She's been busy, Emma Olsen, on debut. That already the 5th save she's been forced into. DiMarco for Racinos. The next of changes. Mergianos getting ready for another stint too. As DiMarco, Robertson. Lovely link up between those two. Yamashita poked it only as far as Vonya. Duff then got a foot in, not once but twice. Reimer, Duff. Had it cut out by Robertson. Yamashita. Reimer. Just about away from Vonya. Robertson slides. Vonya on for Robertson. It's a brilliant save from Rebecca Yee. Hearts have a corner. But once again, we're close to the opening goal. Corner quickly. That one a more comfy gather. Vonya cut it out well, and Rebecca Yee saved fabulously. And Reece Teresi wants time out. But not at the immediate impact. Robertson's take. Vonya gave it back to her. Gave it a hit. It ricocheted for DiMarco. Beyond Yamashita, in for Vonya. Set back for Robertson. Threaded wonderfully for Juwon. who just couldn't quite make impact. A really positive Carlton Heart start. Aku have had glimpses as well of their own. Duff denied many a time, and here she is again. Threaded it well for Day. Yamashita dropped off for Mergianos, who wants some calm. Duff couldn't quite find Day. Olsen happy to gather. Vonya. DeMarco on the switch for Robertson. Poked it down the line and gave Vonya one to chase, but it had too much force. And Hearts will be hoping for a bright evening tonight. Their last win in this fixture came in Thomastown. They are yet to defeat Aku in Darabin. And they haven't lost to Heart, have QEMU's side in any of the last 6 games. A really impressive record. In this fixture, they've had to wait some time for it to come back on the calendar. We're wanting to make up for lost time. Yamashita took a tumble. Juwong linked up with DeMarco, whose touch was too heavy. And in fact, that win in Thomastown is one of just 2 in the last 10 meetings of these 2 clubs. Aku have been dominant in the recent history of this fixture. And Hearts will be hoping this is the season 2. They get a first finish above Aku in the table since season 2 of 2023, many a calendar ago now. Aku surging for an opening, and they have a corner. Chiba did well to win it. Duff's take. Mergianos gave it a hit. It took a ricochet, and Robertson wasn't quite able to keep it alive. Yamashita. Chiba. Good challenge from Vonya and from Robertson. A first half which is flying by at a canter. Neither side able to break the other down yet. It's been a half for goalkeepers. There's DeMarco. Terrific footwork to get away from Yamashita. Set it back for Robertson. Vonya, DeMarco. Yamashita this time in on it. Vonya, Robertson. That timeout having an awful wait, and they will have it. Shiba's handball. And Hearts will finally have that timeout. Just before the halfway stage of the first half, the deadlock unbroken. It's Carlton Heart 0, Melbourne Aku 0. We return from timeout for the first time tonight. One which looked as though it could have proved elusive for Carlton Heart, who had to wait quite some time. But they have been able to take theirs. The deadlock unbroken between both of these sides, who have had opportunities. Both Rebecca Yee and Emma Olsen have made a plethora of rather fine saves. And might have more work to do. Joffa charges forwards. Steered her effort just over. Hearts looking the more likely at the moment. Although Aku having spells where they showcase the potency they possess. Chiba on for Duff. Threaded for Reimer. Duff. Good challenge from Howard in ahead of Mergianos. Chiba. Out the other way for Mergianos, who couldn't get beyond Howard. Set it for Reimer, and Olsen did well at the near post. Another good save. DeMarco on for Piers Barlow. Oh, lovely pirouette beyond Mergianos, but the second beyond Duff was one too many. Although, it is something far more promising for Hart. Melbourne Aku, so far in their attacking play, looking muted, bar a few flashes. QEMU, I doubt, will be displeased, but perhaps not so delighted with how this is transpiring thus far. Rebecca went searching. Duff. It's a tidy set for Reimer, who showed too much of it to Piers Barlow, who is now on the charge and dragged her effort wide. But that is where they pose problems, the high press. Aku unable to handle it thus far. As Day. Good foot from Piers Barlow. The halfway stage of the first half, and neither side have thus far been able to ripple the net. Mergianos not beyond DeMarco, whose footwork was delightful. And it's a lovely 1-2 with Howard. Brilliant futsal from Hart to evade. Joffa's now on the charge the other way, waiting on the options. Piers Barlow was one. She spun Day superbly and then found the near post. And Duff now is all on her own and flashed it just wide of Olsen's far post. In fact, it took a flick and it will be an Aku corner. Corner for Chiba, who sidestepped Joffa, but not Piers Barlow. Set back for Day, who only gave it to Howard, and now Hart can go. Howard on for Racinos, but it lacked the pace. And Duff darted across to clear, to just put a stop to the counter before it could get going. Joffa speared it out of play. This perhaps the first little blueprint of what both of these sides are capable of. Of course, Melbourne Aku missing Jessica Rao, who's on international duty with Australia. But Hart on the charge now. Racinos wanted to try and thread it for Joffa, and Chiba got in the way. Maybe, just maybe, she should have gone all on her own. Hart again running the changes. Howard off for Bianca Brooker. Another youth product which is making her senior debut this evening and in this season. Reece Teresi's been big on promoting the younger players who have shone. And Brooker got a wrap from Mergianos, who will find herself in the book. But yet more talent for Carlton Hart being promoted through the ranks. Not sure the first top flight introduction she had envisioned, but Hart have a free kick nonetheless. And she's found by Racinos. Racinos wanted to thread for Piers Barlow. Reimer had room to charge. Mergianos was on her own. Couldn't get away from Racinos, and Reimer's hit was over. Still the deadlock remains set. Piers Barlow, Racinos. Couldn't quite return it, cut out by Day. Mogianos, Yamashita. Threaded to Reimer, who was bundled by Brooker, and this time we'll have a free kick. And QEMU wants timeout now. So Aku to slow it and to bring it to a halt where they have a free kick in a position of positivity. Hearts had been trying to hold on, a foul given away in a position which they hope is fruitful. As we go to timeout, it's still Carlton Heart 0, Melbourne Aku 0. We return from timeout for an Aku free kick. Reimer, Brooker got a foot to it. Olsen had to save as Duff was lurking. It was a chaotic set piece, and that time on the lunge, Duff wasn't quite able to keep it rolling. Couple of Heart changes. Vonya, Duong, Brooker and Piers Barlow off. Who wants to be the one to split this game wide open? Still plenty of time to go to the break for either of these teams to land a telling blow. Back side ball, Yamashita for Reimer. Couldn't squeeze it through. And cleared away with some force. Robertson to clear it, Chiba's effort. Again away. This the second already. They have two terrific contests tonight. Vonya. Robertson this time lost out, and Duff can drive. Reimer wanted the return and got it. Lovely intricacy between those two, and they win a corner. Reimer from Duff. Those two again combining in tandem. It's a good read from Duong. On for Racinos, who was all on her own momentarily. Duff in retreat, did well. Maybe Vonya's side ball. Duong. Racinos, Yamashita picked her pocket. But the recovery challenge from a retreating Racinos was good. Hearts' turn now just to hang in there. Neither team has blinked, and it's a good gather from Olsen, again at her near post. Duong, Vonya, tidy touch around the corner. Robertson's was loose. Duff, Chiba. Went for Duff once more, who's got Robertson to go at. Went down the line for Reimer instead. Again, not able to bundle away beyond Racinos. Duff took over. And Racinos has stood strong. Aku now turning the screws. It has been a topsy-turvy first half so far. And that ball might be the pressure release the Heart were looking for. We're hoping on. Vonya down the line. Robertson. Set it back for Geelong. Ricinos. Tried to thread for Vonya. Chiba's read was good. And she took a tumble. Tidy from Reimer. Got it back from Duff. Chiba. Wanted Duff, but Vonya got in ahead. And just that little touch in the middle to kickstart a counter is not quite there at the moment. You can feel the tension, a little bit of caginess from both of these sides. Neither wanting to present the other with an opportunity to take the lead. Both in need of a goal that would boost themselves. Lovely 1-2 between Mergianos and Duff. Vonya with a good challenge. Mergianos kept rolling. Olsen saved. Duff follow in. Olsen denied again. And once more, and this time, Yamashita finds a way. And Melbourne Aku at the fourth opportunity have got themselves in front. The reigning champions wondered whether the net would be found at all. Two good saves from Emma Olsen, one which wasn't connected with, and then the final finishing touch from Yamashita. One which Melbourne Aku will be hoping frees them up in this game. Although that's a poor giveaway from Duff. Howard was wanting to charge. Piers Barlow's challenge was a good one. And she evaded Day. DeMarco. Lovely ball for Robertson, who threaded for a chasing Piers Barlow, who did well to keep the move alive. Day hustling. Piers Barlow running out of room. A breakthrough that had been coming. Aku had just stolen the momentum of the first half from Hart. And where Carlton Heart hadn't done so, Aku made them pay. The first team just to take advantage of a good patch this evening when it presents itself. And that has been the difference. All it has taken is one promising period. And Aku found their breakthrough. Robertson nodded for DeMarco. Piers Barlow wanted the return for Robertson, but it was too far forward. Day from Mergianos. Aku, as it stands, 7 straight wins over Hart. Lovely back heel from Mergianos. Duff made it work and did well not to leave it behind. Yamashita. Mergianos, who had to lunge. Yamashita. Day, who was dawdling, and DeMarco nearly picked her pocket. Robertson did. Duff in retreat. It then nearly fell for DeMarco. Piers Barlow dragged the effort as she went to strike. But they are getting closer and closer and closer. As Mergianos went through the legs of Howard and wide of Olsen's far post. 5 to the break. In a free-flowing, at times tense, at times cagey first half. One which has only yielded one goal, one clear opportunity. And Aku from that goal have looked the more positive. Yamashita lost out to Howard, who couldn't place it for Joffa. Reese and Teresi wanting some commitment to the press. In a way to try and apply some pressure to an Aku team who've been rather comfortable playing out so far. It's Yamashita. That's a lovely ball drilled for Duff, who gave it back. Mergianos wanted it short. The thread for Day was cut out by Piers Barlow. Joffa's now got options. And Piers Barlow made a good run. Tried to set it for Howard, and Mergianos across. Got a foot in. What have Hart got in this final 5 minutes? Piers Barlow for DeMarco. Howard. Tidy ball for Piers Barlow. Now DeMarco Can she provide a moment of magic? Trying to slide it through for Piers Barlow. The idea was appreciated, although Rebecca Yee gathered Reimer and Duff wanting a 1-2 down the flank. But it was not a fruitful one. Here's Howard. And the other way is Piers Barlow. To Marco. Lovely ball to find Joffa, who stole a yard momentarily. The clip to the back stick wasn't quite on. Reimer intervened, then set it for Duff. Reimer. Mergianos wanted to flick for Yamashita. Howard in retreat came across to slighten the damage and clear her lines. Oh, I can't go. Closing stages of a first half, which has given so much. Not so much in the term of goals. Defensively, both teams have been sound. It's been one for the keepers' union. Chiba, Yamashita, it's good from Piers Barlow. Hart just stepping up the pressure applied. There's Duff, Reimer. Back for Yamashita. Aku probing, looking for an opening. Chiba beyond 2. Gave an opportunistic drive that Olsen quickly gathered and was onto. Here's DeMarco. Howard. And again they run the changes. And Carlton Heart should not be disheartened by the way that this first half has played out. They were within a coat of varnish from taking the lead within 5 minutes. Since then, the opportunities have been a bit more few and far between, but they have been there. Lovely ball from Chiba and a good read from Joffa. Robertson getting ready for a closing stint. Now for Duff, who was face-to-face with DeMarco, who got a good foot in. Howard. DeMarco. First time really given room to roam. Again, tidy footwork to get out of trouble. Vonya steered it for Howard. That's lovely futsal from Hart, who evaded the press well, but Duff diligent in her defensive effort. Howard to Marco. To thread it for Joffa. And was a bit bewildered why there wasn't a run into the channel. Is there a late change to the score right at the end of the first half? Aku have looked more likely since going a goal up. But Hart can find something out of nothing, and Howard used their arm. And despite protesting her innocence, we'll have that argument, one which she will find she won't win. Reimer. Tidy ball for Yamashita, whose touch was equally as such. Then on the slide, couldn't find it for Day. DeMarco took over and gave one that was too vicious for Vonya. Who wants the last first half laugh? Good foot from Howard, and it gives DeMarco room to go. Options left and right for her. DeMarco went early, and it was deflected by Mergianos, which took the sting out for Rebecca Yee. Chiba. Now Day, given away to Joffa. Wasn't able to find Vonya, and again Day can carry. Chiba. Mergianos, not beyond the retreating DeMarco, who had Howard to go at, but went beyond on her own. DeMarco driving, Mergianos stood her up. Howard. Vonya. DeMarco threaded! And all he needed was a finishing flick from Joffa. And it would have been a lovely Hart equaliser. Still, that goal proves elusive. And the longer it does, the more urgency, the more desperation starts to sink in. Chiba, it's a good press from DeMarco. Does it create a late Hart opportunity to get themselves level? Howard. To Marco. Oh, it's gorgeous. To find Vonya, whose turn was equally as just. And Robertson's follow-in is 1-1. Spun superbly by DeMarco. Vonya's touch on the swivel was equally as sharp, and once it ricocheted for Robertson, she lashed it in, and Hart have themselves level right on the stroke of half-time. Out of nothing. It was a piece of DeMarco magic that kicked it all off. Hart, ever so thankful, have themselves that equaliser. And Aku are quickly looking to reinstate the lead before the break. Duff, beyond Robertson and Vonya, set back for Mergianos. Duff, Chiba. What have the reigning champions got now in response? Chiba driving, good read from Racinos, who had to clear. Inside the final 60 seconds to the break. Can either of these sides find a goal to give them the lead going into half-time? It's a good save from Mergianos, or from Olsen off Mergianos' strike. Was hit fiercely. And it required a tidy touch over the top. Duff, Mergianos, that one less worrying for Emma Olsen. Is it Hart's turn to return serve? She wanted Robertson, wasn't able to find her. Got some particular attention from two in Evergreen. Chiba. When searching, Mergianos took it down well, went through the legs of Racinos, and then tried to shift the yard. Robertson in retreat did well. Mergianos stayed down. It was rather heavy contact, albeit unintentionally. Annabelle Mergianos. Thankfully finding some humour. And now back on her feet. Suggest at least the half will be seen out. There might be some sort of qualm as the mop is needed for the first time tonight. So a much more slow end to the first half than had initially been envisioned. It's good work from Joshua Fusco on the mop. The final knockings of the first half. Will either side in 20 find a way through? Racinos is charging. Robertson, it was just too far ahead of her, but she kept the move alive and wins a late Hart corner. 10 seconds to the break. Is there one last look? Howard, Robertson, back for Howard, that might be it. That might have been Hart's opportunity. Will Aku give themselves something to smile about? Duff on the snapshot. Olsen, quick to gather, quick to go. Lovely touch from Howard. It had it ricochet to her once more, but that will be that. Aku took the lead. Hart reeled them in a first half of futsal, which has been one full of a catalogue of cracking keeper saves. Half-time in Darebin. It's Carlton Hart 1, Melbourne Aku 1. We return from half-time. Both of these two locked level. A match which could prove pivotal for both of their seasons. For Hart, it would be a first point. For Aku, it would be a point in the right direction, though they may view it as 2 dropped instead of 1 gained. 20 minutes then to figure out who wants to go and win this game. And Hart are making the early suggestion that it may well be them. That was put to stop by Yamashita, who gets it back from Mergianos. Duff, whose touch was loose, and Juwong then invited to go and get it. Tried to fizz it for Piers Barlow. Duff returned the favour. Mergianos, intricate. It nearly broke for Chiba. And found its way out of play. First half, it took an age, an eternity, for this first goal to come. Both teams defensively were locked down, were diligent. And the keepers have played a cracking hand just to put further fuel on that fire so far. Who will be the one to buckle? In a game that you feel is a 6-pointer for both. Chiba's effort tamed, and Olsen on the slide gathered. And went quickly. Wanted Joffa, whose touch was loose. Chiba. Joff leading the press, and Yamashita still not quite evaded of it. It's a good slide from Joffa. It's the kind of start, the kind of fire that Hart would have hoped to begin with. Yamashita threaded. Mergianos. Lovely footwork to evade Juwong, not once but twice. Mergianos away from 2, on for Duff, who set the back post. Chiba speeded across. And there was not a marker at the back post, much to the disamusement of Emma Olsen. Corner quickly, Yamashita into the keeper's palms. That one far more comfy. Olsen, Juwong, Piers Barlow had a stumble, and Mergianos is in and scores via deflection. A wicked flick. Steered it beyond Olsen, and Aku have got their lead back within 92nd half seconds. Options given, Mergianos went alone, and to magnificent touch, and again the mop is needed. At the exact point where Piers Barlow had a slip which opened up the door for Melbourne Aku's goal. It's been that kind of night. A very moggy, a very humid evening in Melbourne's northern corner, but Aku have themselves ahead courtesy of one of their new signings, who is now not only off the mark but starting to find her feet in Evergreen. It'll be a big nerve calmer for Annabelle Mergianos. And a big nerve calmer for QE Mew, whose side are ahead once more and now looking for a reason to surge. Duff will ensure that the keeper is not needed, ensure that it didn't go out for a corner without miscommunication. Reimer, loose touch. Joffa now on for Racinos, but it had too much on it. Aku in slightly less of an urgent state than they were minutes ago. That ball from Mergianos, who had already made her move. Robertson on for her first second half minutes. Chazzy all day getting prepped on the opposite bench. Howard went searching. Robertson made it work with a tidy touch and then gave it to Reimer, who has released Mergianos. Olsen has come the long way and did enough in the end. Diligent from Hart's new shot stopper. Howard. Racinos had gone too early. That could be a cause for much Carlton Heart frustration. As Duff away from Piers Barlow, but couldn't pick anyone to place it to. Olsen with haste. Yamashita cut it out. Set it on for Mergianos, who returned the favour. It was a fraction behind. Yamashita couldn't find Reimer. And Howard careened across to clear. DeMarco up on her feet, perhaps prepping instruction. Quickly for Reimer, who hits the post. Inches from some breathing room and from a 2-goal buffer zone. That is the closest Aku have come since that goal. And nearly, just nearly, killed any Heart momentum. That's a poor giveaway from Howard. Yamashita, Mergianos is happy to see it out of play. They know they have the momentum. They know it is now on Heart to go and snatch it away. Yamashita, Duff. Yamashita. Off Robertson onto Piers Barlow, who had DeMarco but didn't get beyond Duff. Robertson. Howard. That's such a nicely threaded ball for Piers Barlow, who couldn't play it for Robertson. And the closing act of a blockbuster Friday. Victoria Lions and Fitzroy, but for now, DeMarco is driving. Robertson's up with her. There's two options. Piers Barlow was one. Robertson kept it rolling. Yamashita then picked it off before he could find DeMarco. And Reimer was all on her own. Also made the brave save. And then was fouled. That's good keeping once more. Courageous from Emma Olsen. And the mop is needed once more. It looks like a busy night for the production crew. Court needing regular clearance. Hart will have a free kick upon resumption. It is a heavy-hitting Vic Lions team in against a Fitzroy side on the title charge. And that closes out the evening, that closes out the round. A bit of matchday madness to finish the show. But for now, the reigning champions are doing what champions do. Albeit only just, they are clinging on against the Carlton Heart side, eager to steal the ascendancy and rip this game right away from them. Robertson, Howard left it, Vonya threaded it for DeMarco. The follow-in is steered into the side netting. Howard had a golden look with the net vacant, with the net wanting, willing. And Hart could not turn in. Duff did brilliantly. Chiba, Yamashita. Threaded once more, and Chiba couldn't sort her feet out. Olsen the recipient, on for DeMarco, who has dazzled this evening in her first Heart appearance. QEMU wanting to know the halfway stage, might want a timeout. Anyway, DeMarco on for Vonya. Oh, it's beautiful. It is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. DeMarco at her dazzling best. The footwork was fantastic, balletic, beautiful. And Hearts have got themselves level again. Wondrous to level it up. Her first of the evening to go with an assist as well. And Reimer's down and in some discomfort. That was magnificent. To tiptoe beyond them all. As Reimer's back on her feet. Annabelle Mergianos ready to come back on. (2-2) with a quarter of an hour to go. It is anybody's game. Hart having ripped it right back once again. And you will never guess. You will never ever guess what is required. Court just ensuring again it is cleared on that kind of night. Now there is certainly some sight picked up on by the camera crew this evening. Rebecca Davis, adorned in Vic Lions colours, was at Carlton Heart. Has since left to join the Gnomes Langham project. Her debut for Vic Lions up next. In the meantime, her former employer trying to find their first win of the season. That's brilliant from DeMarco, who read well. Robertson. Yamashita got a block in, it fell for Vonya. Howard wanted to thread it, only threaded it to Rebecca Yee. Yamashita. Patient, too far ahead of Chiba. Howard. DeMarco. Had Duff to go at, clipped it for Robertson, who set it for Howard. Hart wanting to make it intricate, and it nearly came off. Giannos for Chiba, who went beyond Vonya with ease. Chiba driving, and Olsen had to get a knee down and stop. Another good intervention. But once more, Aku still the momentum. Mergianos. Was one more for Chiba. Had she evaded Vonya. Now finds Mergianos. Chiba. On the switch for Duff. Mergianos was darting. Chiba. This time Yamashita. Mergianos. Yamashita. Had a hit off the post. Crashed the upright and kept it rolling. Duff, it's a good foot in from Howard. It fell for Mergianos. Yamashita. Duff. Aku pushing, applying pressure. Duff back for Chiba, who got under it and found Mergianos, who flicked it on wonderfully. Duff gave it a drive! And was an inch from a wonderful goal. It would have been the most well-worked of moves. Firstly structured, secondly improvised. And ever so nearly supreme in its execution. Mergianos can't quite re-find Duff this time round. But that is what they are capable of. The reigning champions questioned, challenged by the side at the back of the pack at the moment. DeMarco couldn't drive it beyond Day, who went one more for Duff. Had options, careening centrally. DeMarco was the only one best placed there to win it. And Joffa's touch was a little loose. Yamashita. Threaded for Duff, who drove away beyond two wonderfully. Set it for Mergianos, who drew Olsen, but not to too good effect. Olsen wanted a quick relief for Joffa, but her throw had too much pace. Only found her opposite number. Here's Duff. Yamashita out the other way for Mergianos. Yamashita, hustled by Joffa, sidestep with ease, and now Aku are charging again. Mergianos gave it a hit, it took another wicked deflection. And Carlton Heart misfortune is Melbourne Aku marvel. It's cruel, it really is cruel on both Howard and Olsen. The ball hit dangerously with pace and was not dealt with well enough. QEMU making a timeout saunter, perhaps. Aku have their lead back. The reigning champions refusing to lie down, refusing to let this be a night where they don't get themselves back on track, and they'll have timeout. Having just got the lead back, fortuitous though it may be, Aku wants to have a word as we head to timeout. It's Carlton Heart 2, Melbourne Aku 3. We return from timeout. The first time in this second half. It has been a topsy-turvy one. Hearts got themselves level. Aku ripped the lead right back. Although it came through a stroke of fortune. 2 goals via Hearts deflections. Real frustrating stuff for Reese, Interisi and Koba. They must put that to the side if they are to get back in this game. Reimer had an open look and rattled her effort over. Time not yet becoming Carlton Heart's enemy, although it has been a game where goals are few and far between. A quick glance at the clock from Reese Interisi. Olsen went for Robertson. It's a really nice touch from Piers Barlow, who drove her effort wide of the near post. What can they find? What have they got? Or are Melbourne Aku going to run their way through to a momentous, a score-settling win? One that gets them back on the right track. DeMarco driving, Mergianos closely marshalling, and it finds its way back to Rebecca Yee. Yamashita. Threaded for Reimer, whose touch was loose. Juong's was equally as such. Reimer kept the move going for Aku, but again was forced backwards. Mergianos is too far ahead of Reimer. How long do Hart persist before a change goes? Aku not quite prepping them yet. The timeout called earlier than QEMU would have liked, as Reimer wasn't able to go beyond DeMarco, who was diligent. Chiba getting ready for reintroduction. Duff perhaps taking a more lengthy spell. This next 5 minutes, where this game could be won or lost, and Juong with a small error when refinding DeMarco. Mergianos, Reimer went through the legs of DeMarco. Olsen was scrambling and eventually able to gather without too much discomfort. Juong then momentarily gave it away to Day, whose read was very good. Juwong. To Marco. Nicely done to re-find Anna Juwong, who skipped away from Reimer. Wanted to thread for Robertson. Yamashita read it. Day. Reimer. Who then gave it to Mergianos, who was driving, but not beyond Piers Barlow. Hard prepping changes. Mergianos, Reimer, rattled it. They'll have a corner. Mergianos' take. Reimer. Yamashita. Dancing at Robertson. Set it for Reimer. Tried to work a yard for herself. It was cut out well by DeMarco, who has Mergianos to her back. Oh, lovely. Simply lovely from DeMarco, who's gone beyond one and was brought down by Reimer the second. Hart have a free kick. Juwong for Brooker. Chiba for Mergianos. Change is made. And here is Brooker. Threaded for Robertson, who couldn't spin Yamashita. Set it back for DeMarco. Lovely switch to find Piers Barlow, and Brooker wanted it further forward. Just those little moments for Hart, which have not swung their way thus far. Chiba. Yamashita. Threaded for Duff, who went beyond Brooker. Day. Aku want to keep moving. Piers Barlow did brilliantly to cut out and cut across and gain some yards. Halfway stage of the second half. Hart have 10 to save themselves. Racinos, Brooker, whose touch was loose. Howard getting instructions. Yamashita. Threaded for Duff, who got the wrong side. Day on the follow-in. Olsen got a foot in and then gave it to Robertson with composure. Hart can counter, but Yamashita's challenge was a good one. Tidy 1-2 with Rebecca Yee. Chiba. Duff stretched. Robertson the beneficiary. Set it back for Brooker. Racinos. Brooker might have a hit. Got under it. It dipped closely, but not closely enough. Chiba went down the line. Mergianos, who was entangled with Brooker early, went on the switch for Duff. Set for Yamashita to have a hit. It took a touch off Robertson. It will be a corner. Duff's take. Yamashita lost out to Piers Barlow, who can now go on the charge. Anna Piers Barlow went alone. Yee saved. The follow-in steered agonisingly wide. She had Brooker as a runner on the switch. Piers Barlow went solo. And maybe that is a golden glimpse miss for Hart. Would have been a breakneck counter had it come off. Chiba for Reimer. Threaded for Mergianos, who wasn't able to find a way beyond Vonya. Mergianos and Brooker entangled once more. She did well on that occasion. Mergianos stormed away with it. Gave the switch to Duff, who gave it a hit, and Olsen gathered. Short for Brooker. Racinos. Lovely spin from Racinos and got away from Chiba. Set it for Piers Barlow. Hart on the charge. Had all the runners forward. Piers Barlow went home. Brooker couldn't quite find Racinos in return. Time just becoming a factor now. It is only a goal. Hart will want to get themselves on terms, or can Aku add another? Mergianos again going at Brooker. Set it back for Reimer, who went charging beyond Racinos. Ran out of room. Hart yet to issue a timeout. Olsen long. Piers Barlow. Couldn't get beyond Chiba. Vonya. Racinos. Tidily done for Howard. What can Carlton Hart produce? Vonya. Back for Olsen. For Piers Barlow, but with too much pace and too much force. Chiba for Melbourne Aku, who so far have defended marvellously. As diligent as it gets, as Duff. Brilliantly done to get away from Vonya. Duff now driving. Mergianos to set it back. And DeMarco on the line. And now she might go. Vonya's up with her. End to end. DeMarco. Piers Barlow. Deflected. Vonya had it fall for her. Rebecca Yee came the long way to save. Remarkable. No one letting up. Howard, not beyond Mergianos. This a performance of attrition for both of these sides, and Mergianos nearly had it make her way. Right at the very last. It would have been a golden glimpse. Instead, threaded for Piers Barlow. It's a good challenge from Yamashita. Can Hart conjure something? DeMarco wanted to go quickly for Piers Barlow and won a corner. Reece Interisi, eager to get a timeout. Maybe not eager enough. Hart took the corner before he could issue it. And now Duff is on the break. Mergianos up with her. Howard in retreat. Set it back for Yamashita, who couldn't quite find Duff. And the timeout slip remains on the bench. Hart having to find a way. DeMarco. That's a delightful ball for Piers Barlow, who couldn't place her feet for Vonya. Rebecca Yee quickly across the gather. Duff. Hustled and gave it away. Now DeMarco's turn to drive. Couldn't get beyond two and was crowded by Reimer as Yee came to gather. Yee's throw errant. Piers Barlow's footwork as well. Yamashita. It'll be a corner. And this time, maybe this time, Reece Interisi will get it in. Again, he says no, and again he is beaten by the haste with which Hart wants to take that corner. It's cleared as far as Piers Barlow. DeMarco did well to keep that alive. And wanted to run at Reimer. Vonya dropped off the lender helping hand. Piers Barlow went with height. Duff crashed it for Yamashita. Reimer's return was wonderful, and Olsen palmed away. Vonya then came crashing and clearing. Duff, Mergianos, Melbourne Aku just starting to hang on a touch. Yamashita, Chiba. Away from Vonya, and Olsen got down low. Another fine stop. They are really now looking for a goal that they feel if you get two ahead, it could ice it. It has been that kind of match. DeMarco, Robertson. DeMarco went searching for Howard and Yee gathered. Yamashita. Chiba. Mergianos was out of room. DeMarco. Is there anything left for Hart to throw? They have 5 minutes to find an equaliser. Or can the reigning champions, pull through? Duff continuing to drive. Aaron Yamashita happy to let it trickle out. Yamashita once more. Drilled it for Day, beyond everybody. Teresi wanting direct. Olsen, DeMarco. Threaded well for Howard, and Hart have an opening. Howard gave it a hit, and he gathered just about. For a second, it might have spilled. Her lob long, cut out by DeMarco, and the return from Yamashita was too. DeMarco, Vonya, lovely 1-2. DeMarco is through. Wanted to steer it back, but Chiba intervened, and now Aku could break. Threaded for Duff, flicked on for Day. Delightful 1-2, and Olsen denied. Yamashita from the side ball, awkward for Olsen. It fell fortuitously for Vonya, who had to clear. Aku pushing for a buffer, for one that might seal it. And they will have a corner. Howard and Hart dismay, but it will be an Aku corner. And now on the end of it, a yellow card too. Howard finds herself in the book for dissent. Hard have to keep their cool. They are only a goal behind. Plenty of time to save this game. Chiba's take. Yamashita gave it on the return. Chiba driving at DeMarco, sorting out well. Smashed away by Vonya, only as far as Yamashita. DeMarco momentarily was got goal side of by Chiba, but recovered well. Racinos. Tidy ball for Robertson. Racinos one more. Sidestep Day delightfully. Rolled it on for Piers Barlow. Racinos. Again for Piers Barlow. Racinos wanted to thread, not beyond Day. And now DeMarco. Piers Barlow, lovely 1-2, brilliant intricacy, and a fabulous save from Yi. The cutback for DeMarco was inches from finding her. Is that their look? That might be the question. A really, really well-worked move. All it needed was something lighter, and it would have found the net. Olsen direct. Piers Barlow with a lovely take. Robertson couldn't quite find her on the return. It fell for DeMarco. Magianos, rock solid. Racinos. Piers Barlow. Spun Yamashita. And fired far wide of the near post of Rebecca Yi. Rebecca Yi looked long. And the challenge from Racinos was a good one. It took a deflection off Duff at last. Here is Racinos. Threaded it well for Robertson, who did well to ward off Duff. Set it back for DeMarco. That's a beauty of a ball for Piers Barlow, and it was just one which Robertson was not quite expecting. And in fact, it got a flick on the way through, and Hart want timeout, and this time, Reece Interisi will not be denied. Third time the charm for him. Hearts 3-2 down, chasing with 2.5 to the close as we head to timeout. We return from timeout. Hart hunting. DeMarco took a deflection. They will have a corner. If there is one, they would want some spark from. It could very well be her, although she sold short this time by Racinos' corner. Duff couldn't go the long way round, and Stella DeMarco does rather well. And wins a free kick. Duff might get a word here as well. In fact, gets a yellow card. Much to QE Muse mesmerising. Hart getting to that point of having to throw the kitchen sink at it. DeMarco. Drill for Piers Barlow. Chiba did well. DeMarco. Robertson. Stella DeMarco once more. Not beyond Duff. Piers Barlow, who has Chiba to go at. Robertson dropped in momentarily, set back for Racinos, who just about got beyond Duff. Tried to thread it for DeMarco. Reimer got a foot in. Racinos led the retreat, but Mergianos was quickly following and just nearly got in the way. Robertson dangled a leg. Mergianos continued. Racinos hunted. Reimer dropped it off for Chiba. Reimer was wanting Duff to be at the other corner. Final 2 minutes. It was late Hart break for Carlton Hart last week. Is there to be a late Hart beat this time round? Robertson. Lost out to Reimer, who went for Mergianos. This could be it for Aku here. Had Duff up with her. The runners were arriving. Racinos got a foot in, and it's just ahead of DeMarco. Otherwise, she would have been away. Chiba, Yamashita, threaded for Mergianos, who wanted to ward off Racinos. Mergianos worked a yard, and Olsen saved well. Quickly for DeMarco. Time ticking for Hart. DeMarco, lovely ball. Piers Barlow. They have 80 seconds. Piers Barlow. DeMarco just ahead of Robertson. Desperately close. Hart's having to throw the kitchen sink. Aku clinging on for dear life as Racinos was quickly across. Yamashita. Mergianos couldn't make it work. Is there a late change in the script? A late goal. Piers Barlow's ball had too much on it for DeMarco. Melbourne Aku, 63 seconds from a really, really big rebound, from a win which they had needed after a frustrating fortnight. And Duff is wanting to pick Racinos' pocket and go the long way. Somehow, some way still going before finally running out of room. Or is there A point to get off the mark for a Hart side who had been restored to a stronger set, a stronger choir. Who wants to provide it? Stella DiMarco driving. Piers Barlow got under it and couldn't find Vonya. Closing stages. Who wants to throw it all? Mergianos warding off Piers Barlow. Vonya then came across to Mergianos, did magnificently well to see off a pair waiting to pounce. Yamashita switch, Duff. One more would seal it for Aku, away from Vonya. Couldn't quite wriggle beyond Racinos, hacked away by Piers Barlow. Only as far as Chiba. And Duff might have just given them a glimpse. Really might have just given Hart an avenue in. DiMarco hurried, and it was a beauty of a ball with too much on it for Vonya. Chiba cleared only as far as Racinos, whose touch invited Yamashita. Duff dropped it off. Chiba inside the final 10. Aku are going to get over the line. They are going to get a massive 3 points unless there is drama. DiMarco couldn't get it off in time, and Melbourne Aku hold on. Defensively pushed to the edge, in need of a rebound after 2 turbulent weeks. They find a response that only champions can. Full time in Darebin. It's Carlton Hart 2, Melbourne Aku 3. Welcome one, welcome all to the headline fixture of the season so far. Perhaps one initially foreseen as one with the potential to be important. It may now be one which decides the destination of the title in and of itself. Fitzroy hunting an eternity since they last won the table. It will feel like that for them anyway. They're currently right on track. They dismantled the reigning champions, a convincing win as well in between. Has Jimmy Soufas's Tigers baring their teeth in the early weeks of the season, and Victoria Lions' first look at a title bid on their debut season is one which could not be filled with more glee or a brighter start. The current league leaders ascended to the top following the vanquish of the reigning champions in truly vicious style. This, the test, their closest runners neck and neck in the early marathon for the monarchy. A belter. The one the evening has built up to. Two teams immense in quality, immense in stature, immense in want, in drive, in ambition. Both wanting at the first point of being able to prove it to get one over the other. With each win, the anticipation has built for both of these teams. After week one, it was both, we're off to a positive start. We shall see what transpires. A flourishing fortnight then brings about even more hype, and well, you get to where we are this evening, and this place is at a fever pitch. Fitzroy and Victoria Lions, the two headline acts, the two statement makers, the front row of the title chase in and of itself. A tale of two entirely different challengers. Fitzroy seasoned, knowing what this league brings, knowing how it can bite you. Victoria Lions new to the fray, new to it, enjoying every single kick which comes their way. A seasoned vet against the new guard. And neither wanting to pull any punches early as Gisela Pipino presses Isabella Cincotta. A couple of new additions for this Victoria Lions side tonight. Aurelia Collins, Rebecca Davis, Francesca Grange, all newly available for Gnomes Langham. Fitzroy missing Claudia Frascalzo, who's away with Australia, a massive loss at this point in time for Jimmy Soufas, Scott Rogan and company, as Abdul Latif couldn't find McClure. Kersey dropped it back for more. The Lions want to launch. That one launched too high for Kersey. Could you imagine the magnitude of 3 points for either this evening? Something both managers will have wanted in droves. A week's worth of planning. Perhaps longer, perhaps a fortnight, perhaps the entire month of February itself. Who wants summer's final sweet victory? Clarissa Allerton, hustled by McClure. Rosman came a long way into great effect. Moore not around Abdul Latif the first time and then running out of room the second. This game has started at a frantic pace, neither side wanting to pull any punches. Where a couple of weeks ago for Fitzroy saw a rivalry renewed, this is maybe, just maybe, the first chapter being penned in a brand new one entirely, a new book of futsal's finest. Cincotta's on her own, Pipino got back in time. Had McClure as an option and Allerton got a foot in. You can feel the fierceness, you can feel the tension. One team wanting to make a statement, the other wanting to maybe move more in silence. Fitzroy have done their best work when the spotlight is off them. And for Victoria Lions, for Gnomes Langham's team right now, they do not mind the brightest of spotlights. They've been put under it. No one more so than the Golden Boot leader, Gisela Pipino, who is going on a darting run to be found by Moore, but wasn't quite on this occasion. Worth noting that Moore and Allerton themselves have been frequent finders of the net, 5 and 6 apiece. That's a poor giveaway from Abdul Latif. Moore is charging and flashed their effort wide. Fitzroy nearly giving Victoria Lions the first gift of a tantalising table topper. We mentioned Victoria Lions have had frequent scorers for Fitzroy. There is a trio of Tigers on 4 goals. Frascalzo, Karis Stahl, both unavailable, and Layla Abdul Latif, who is here now. Momentarily starved of options, found Cincotta, who made the move from Northcote in the summer. This her first real test, and the first real test of her Fitzroy mettle. Who can keep up the pace is the big question. Good read from Abdul Latif, who couldn't get around Pipino. Cincotta was there lurking. Moore was there to lend a helping hand. And now Pipino is darting. Moore went with pace. Mason Jones flung a leg and got something on it, which she had to do. An ebb and flow first few minutes. Allerton. Good foot from Ubeek. Cincotta and Pipino battling, and Cincotta wins that first instalment. Ubeek. Out the other way for Niamh McClure, who was Fitzroy's saviour last week. Down the stretch against 1-0. A final 10 double ensured that they went into this game on the same number of points as their opponents. And Cincotta comes across as Rosman was lurking for Pipino. Cincotta, Abdul Latif, away from Kersey. Ever so calm, Layla Abdul Latif, And she finds McClure, who found Chincotta, who shot on the turn, lacked real guile, real fear. This game anything but cagey, although you can feel the tension in this building. Moore got a foot in and then took a tumble. McClure had a leg dangled by Kersey, and Fitzroy have a free kick. And now the changes are run. Araha, Sabre for Abdulatif and Chincotta. Victoria Lions yet to tap in to their potential laden substitutes bench. Araha gets the first look. It is her free kick. Pipino wore it full force. Moore dropped it off for Allerton, who went looking for Kersey and found Pipino instead. Had Araha to go at and did so well. Got beyond McClure too, and Ubeek hammered it away. Although it is a night of expectation, a night of flair and flavour, it's a night of no risks as well, as Rebecca Davis makes her first appearance, gets her first seconds as a Victorian Lion. Saved for the occasion, no doubt. She finds Allerton, who in turn re-finds Rebecca Davis. Moore, Davis. Unable to go beyond Araha, those two former Western United teammates. And doesn't that feel now like oh so long ago? How times change. Still title fighting, now wishing for a different outcome on one another. Moore, Allerton, lovely return. Moore kept going and flashed it across the face. Mason Jones merely a spectator and happy to watch it whiz wide. Lions looking to pounce. And Fitzroy still in first gear at the moment. Who will blink first in this new era grudge match? Davis had a drive on the slip, and that balance forced the slice. 5 without the deadlock broken. Mason Jones goes looking. Allerton got a foot on it, and it found Davis, who in turn found Pipino. Her and McDougall collide. Sabre, lovely 1-2 with McDougall. Fitzroy just cannot find space. McDougall on the return, wanted a foul. Ubeek sorted her feet out. Davis got a foot in. Pipino almost thought about one to chase, but the ball trickles out of play before anything can be made of it. This, the one. Game of real anticipation. I'm sure they would have penciled it in when the fixtures were first released as an opportunity, once Victoria Lions had got their feet under the table, to get a test of this team's measure as well. A lot of talk about what this could do for Fitzroy, you must remember. The Victoria Lions have given themselves a good look at being in the title race. Moore couldn't return for Allerton, found its way to Ubeek, who set it for Araha. Sabre couldn't quite thread for Mary Ubeek. And the early season points pivotal. They don't get another look at one another until the 10th of April. And they would not want to wait and wallow on that for too long. And beyond then, it's May. The Sabre cut out, but Davis was diligent and had a drive. Mason Jones saved. McDougall, Araha didn't clear firmly enough. Davis, Pipino, lovely return, and somehow Davis doesn't sort her feet out, and Victoria Lions don't find the net. Mason Jones there to mop up. McDougall now hustled. Pipino wanting to pick her pocket and forcing her to play it out. Pipino quickly, Moore dashed across just at the wrong time. A quick glimpse at the clock from Jimmy Soufas. Dharma Georgie getting instruction. Shut the middle. The instruction, and it went exactly through there. Speared for Sabre, whose swivelling shot couldn't find the near post. Ivana Rosman quickly. More lovely footwork to go beyond Araha and keep it rolling. Kubik then went to lend a helping hand. She was crowded by two Tigers, and that was a challenge too much for one Lion to face alone. There is a real intensity, and Sabre has stolen a yards and flashed across the face. That now, one look each in the game's opening 6.5 minutes. Neither wanting to blink. And Victoria Lions, who have been so firm and so resolute defensively, had controlled a lot of possession in the early encounters. Their first bit of defensive work seemed well. Davis drilled it into the palms of Mason Jones, who was most unmoved. She went searching for McDougall. Allerton's flick to good effect. The headline act currently, so far, does not have its back page bookmark. And Fitzroy have a corner. In fact, they do not. In fact, the net needs readjustment. The first change perhaps being prepped on the Victoria Lions touchline. Rosman went searching, McDougall came crashing. And Pipino is the one to make way. The league's top scorer, getting her first rest of the evening. And it could prove to be a crucial rotation. Always ever important. There's more on the switch for Davis. Had Allerton back, went to thread her way through. Araha got in the way, Davis went to press, and Amanda Araha stood tall. Mason Jones gathered. Hugh Beak. Gnomes Langham not best pleased about the drop-off. Hugh Beak wanted to draw Collins, went back for Dharma Georgie, who squeezed it through to Araha. Wonderfully done by Fitzroy to evade. Terrifically done, in fact. Georgie, Hugh Beak. And Dharma Georgie once more. Araha had more to go at. Sabre stole a yard on Allerton, who quickly challenged. Georgie went to poke it. Davis got in the way. Now Moore can drive and go beyond Dharma Georgie. Moore is through. Round Mason Jones. 1-0 Lions. Davis there on the line to be sure and steering. But in a tussle of league leaders, it is the ones on pole position who start first. Amazing Moore meander forward. Round Mason Jones, and they have the lead, and Allerton's firing. Almost two in the blink of an eye. Oh, so close to a superb second with immediate haste after the first was added. Fitzroy needs to respond. Araha. Abdulatif. Rowan. Again for Abdulatif, who went around more. Set it for Araha. Hustled, really hustled by Aurelia Collins, who did well to win it. And was given a shove on her way over. Davis, Allerton, couldn't thread for more. It had taken all but 8.5 minutes for the first goal of not only the evening's curtain call, but almost definitely the evening's crowd drawer. There's Abdulatif, McClure, Georgie, Rowan with far too much height, having been hustled by Davis. Moore, Collins, Victoria Lions searching, lurking. McClure in the way this time. Neither coach wanting a timeout yet. There's Allerton. Blocked by Abdulatif, ricocheted for Moore. Needs to spin array around McClure. Wasn't quite able to do so that time. First time an important intervention made. Now Layla Abdulatif. Set back for Dharma Georgie, out the other way for McClure, who couldn't go the long way round Moore once more. Victoria Lions just doing a good job at taking the sting out of this game for the time being. Fitzroy step high. Lovely footwork from Moore to evade McClure. Abdulatif then picked her pockets and drove it straight into the arms of Rosman, who was quick to turn and quick to go. Victoria Lions wasting no time. Allerton got it from Grange, set it for Collins. It's just how quickly they go from back to front. McClure concedes a corner. Fitzroy are penned in. The early Tiger teeth looking blunted by comparison as Allerton drives. And Mason Jones mops up. McClure. Georgie. Had Clarissa Allerton to go at, wasn't quite able to, and then sold Abdulatif short, but Moore's touch was far too heavy to kickstart a counter the other way. Dharma Georgie. Fitzroy rustled. Maybe not rattled for the time being, but certainly feeling the temperature. Behind Allerton, won by Rowan. Abdulatif, not beyond Moore, who is having quite the game so far. And you sense that is why they signed her on the dotted line. Always, 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 you need your big game players to step up. Moore has done that so far, in some way. As Collins, McClure wasn't able to get beyond her. Just beyond the halfway stage of the first half. Allerton, Moore, has Hugh Beak to drive at, and Hugh Beak to breeze beyond. Moore still going. Set it well for Grange, who couldn't set Collins. Hugh Beak then got a foot out. Allerton took over. Her and Rowan collided. Moore once again. Tangoing with Hugh Beak and spinning supremely. Blocked off the line by McClure, and then Abdulatif had the all-important second foot in. But Fitzroy are getting hounded. It is wave on wave of Lions waiting to pounce. Allerton the latest. Now Moore. Lovely touch from Grange to get away from McClure, but Abdulatif came across. Tidy footwork, McClure. Fitzroy got some fire. Layla Abdulatif with loose footing, and Grange was there to pick it up. Allerton. Collins not in ahead of McClure, who won it. Rowan wanting to charge. Her and Hugh Beak not quite on the same page. Changes being prepped, being pondered on both benches. Rebecca Saber for one, Gisela Pipino for the other. Mason Jones. Look for Abdulatif, who did wonderfully. Set it for Hugh Beak, who steered over. But direct and much more daring from Fitzroy. That's a poor giveaway from Rosman. A good recovery from Grange. Collins, Moore. Got it back from Grange. Set it on for Allerton, who poked it beyond Saber, but only invited Hugh Beak to go and win it. Abdulatif. And for a first half that has flowed seamlessly, this might be Fitzroy's wave of momentum. Mary Hugh Beak, nearly, just nearly. A Lions corner out of the blue in some fortune. And Collins nearly had a fortunate deflection find its way in. More battling. Abdulatif withstanding, and another corner. They are in a hurry. Moore's take, Grange couldn't work a yard, Sabre, they will do it all over again. A trio of corners. This one out for Allerton, who was not a million miles away from picking out the top corner. They are getting closer and closer. McClure wanted to steer it down the line. It's good intervention from Collins, who found Pipino. Grange dropped it off. Collins, Moore. Many an opportunity in a half where they've been quite scarce. The only real one, the one that's been taken. It was the end of Moore's amazing run. Collins refines her. Again had Sabre to go at and again lost out, but again went and won it back. Moore, this time with height. McClure returned it. Grange, deft. Moore. Collins. Lovely turn from Aurelia Collins. And a brilliant take from Grange, who can now charge away from Abdulatif, on for Pipino. She couldn't quite thread it for Moore. Collins, Grange. Moore, Pipino. Fitzroy holding firm defensively. There's Moore, not beyond Abdulatif. Jimmy Soufas awaiting more rotation. Isabella Cincotta, the one who will come back on. Lovely ball for Sabre. Rosman got there just about, and it will be a corner. Again, Fitzroy turning the screw, and Fitzroy wanting timeouts, which they will get. A corner on the resumption. Rebecca Davies, the difference at the end of amazing Moore run. As we get a timeout, it's Fitzroy 0, Victoria Lions 1. We return from timeout, the first time tonight in the game of the season so far. The fixture which has held the most fervour, the most weight, the most anticipation, and currently it is Victoria Lions who lead Fitzroy by a goal to 0. Araha, Sabre, who was looking to instantly impact upon that, was not able to. Rosman went searching, Mason Jones went the long way. Grange dropped it off. Moore tried to flick it round the corner. Hugh Beak came across. Very well reserved first half, which is heading towards the stretch. More side ball, went for Pipino, who got away from Cincotta, round Mason Jones, and Grange doubles it. A quick 1-2 punch in the first half, And Victoria Lions, whose lead was slender, is now becoming further. A brilliant spin from Gisela Pipino. Finished gallantly by Grange, who came crashing as the late runner. Fitzroy have got it to do. They have got it to do. It's not the same destructive devastation that hit Aku 7 days ago. But at the moment, this team are flying. And currently, it's first class to the top of the table. It's a good read from Collins. Her and Grange become intertwined with one another. Set for more. Fitzroy's high press, all but broken. Couldn't steer for Pipino. Cincotta cut it out on this occasion. Sabre. Lovely return for Cincotta. Good foot in from Collins. Sabre once more. Again, those two want to link up. This time, Pipino can lead a counter charge of her own. Around Cincotta with ease. Pipino dancing, Hubik blocking. Pipino. Grange gave it a hit! It is steered in for three. A quick 1-2 off the timeout. And Victoria Lions have a treble.
Oh my God.
Moore got the final flick. That is outrageous. Off the knee into the top corner. And in a trice, they have Fitzroy on the back foot. That is an outstanding piece of improvisation. Finished with aplomb. The dream start to a table topper for Victoria Lions. Remarkable. Sabre couldn't quite get it. Grange couldn't find Pipino. Just over 5 to half time. And the lead is 3. Fitzroy dumbfounded, shell-shocked. Victoria Lions longing for this half to go on for eternity. Abdulatif went searching, Grange cut it out, and now they'll go again. Options left and right, went on her own. That's a brilliant save from Mason Jones. Magnificent. It just opened up almost too invitingly for Grange to go. Well saved, she got it again, this time blocked by Sabre. Collins, Grange. Moore around Abdulatif, and again they charge, and again Grange has got a look, got in ahead of Mason Jones, it spilled for Araha, who crashed her clearance, and Mason Jones is down. And in quite a bit of pain, and as she gets some treatment, we might go for a break. We return from that brief break, and we certainly wish Beth Mason-Jones nothing but the very best, the very speediest of recoveries, and utmost and most importantly, we hope it isn't anything overly serious as well. But in the meantime, Fitzroy had a meeting. She is getting tended to. Dharma Georgie is out in the fly kit and will stand in net as Gisela Pipino will turn into a vacant net for 4. Celebration slightly muted, understandably so, but a very well taken finish to steer Victoria Lions 4-0 ahead. And as it stands, steering themselves clear at the top of the table, and it'll get almost worse for Fitzroy. Grange had another vacant net, and it was nearly 5. Araha down the line for Hugh Beak. It's a good block from Moore. Time ticking down at the end of the first half. Has been one which Victoria Lions have dominated. This will test their 5th defence, though. There's McClure, Abdulatif. Again for Niamh McClure. Can Fitzroy find themselves an opening, find themselves a way back into this game? Here is Dharma Georgie, who refines Abdulatif. Araha couldn't steer it around the corner, and a late introduction for Victoria Lions. Kristen Malloy has just come racing by in full Preston Lions regalia and is set possibly to take to court in the second half. As Pipino has McClure to go at. Davis went to lend a helping hand. Eve McClure did superbly and now is on the charge the other way. Went to drill it to the back post, but there was not an obliging runner. This a first half full of everything, but on the court, Victoria Lions will not think that this could have gone better. Maybe have 5 before the break, the only blemish. But for the time being, it all seems to be rather rosy, and Grange might still be able to add to that. Pipino was darting, and they will have a corner. As Gisela Pipino collided. And you really hope not. You really, really hope not. Thankfully, it's just a mop this time. Thankfully, it is just some slight froth near the court. It's been a night for it. A humid, warm, very sauna-like Friday night. Lions corner upon resumption, fizzed across by Grange. Pipino couldn't apply a touch, hooked away by Araha to Davies. Rosman nearly sold short and happy to hammer it away. Is there a late Fitzroy lunge to at least get themselves off the mark? Well, they have got a corner. And a golden opportunity to get at least one chalked off. Hubik without too much haste. Araha the obvious choice. It's set for Amanda Araha, who let it run for McClure. Abdulatif had Collins to go at. Pipino lent a helping hand, forced her back. McClure, Abdulatif. Again for Neve McClure. Can Fitzroy find something in the first half's closing stages? They haven't had a lot of possession. They haven't had a lot of opportunities. But they will be hoping that they could start to make good. Hubik set for Araha. Davis came across. The net is vacant. Hubik was in retreat. McClure once more. Hubik. This could be the slow progression towards another opportunity at the end of the half. Or Grange could pick it off. Set it for Pipino. Again, the net is vacant. Davis, it is still with Dharma Georgie a long way. Pipino will have a go and is well off target. And Fitzroy just seeing the funny side of Dharma Georgie enacting a high press. Furthest forward, despite being the one between the sticks. Abdulatif, Araha. And McClure. Davis went to shut the door, nearly had a slip, gave Collins a hand. Abdulatif, Georgie, this is well worked. Araha's now all on her own at the back post. Shifted onto her left, and they'll have a corner. Much better from Fitzroy. Hubik. McClure. Abdulatif. Wanting to work a yard, well read by Grange. Hubik got it. Araha had a look, and Rosman made a good save on a near post. Fitzroy just starting to fire now. Araha. Abdulatif. There may just be a look before the break. Will they take it? That is the important, the poignant question. Abdulatif once more. Threaded wonderfully by Araha. Dharma Georgie at the back post. Hubik couldn't flick it and Grange crashed it away. That's fifth, starting to pose problems. Just over a minute to go. McClure. Abdulatif. Aroha flashed it. And it took a touch from Rosman. Hugh Beak. Dharma Georgie just about kept it alive. Hugh Beak for McClure's there. One last first half look. Mary Hugh Beak from range, and they found a way through. Mary Hugh Beak has belted it low. Below Rosman and Fitzroy have got themselves a goal back. And despite that, there is a discussion to be had at half-time, apparently. Fitzroy off the mark, and now almost with an opportunity for two in the blink of an eye. It took a flick. If they could halve this deficit by half-time. As the fifth started slowly, it has since built up steam. Fitzroy full steam ahead towards the break. Abdulatif away from Pipino and just wide. "40 seconds can feel like an awfully long time." Davis had a lash, a really wild lash at one. And for a Lions side who are known for a lull, this might be just that. Hugh Beak. Abdulatif went beyond Collins, but only found Rosman. Grange, Davis. Hugh Beak got a good challenge in. Closing embers, dying bits of the first half. Grange did well to hold off. Davis, Pipino, again couldn't get over McClure. But it may not matter. With both of these sides, every second is to play for. Every single pass of the ball offers an opportunity in some chess-like way or another. Although Victoria Lions, off the back of a hot start, off the back of a statement, currently hold the back page in the dying embers of the first half. It was ferocious, out the traps, in next to no time. And the mop required for one final time before the break, you would hope. Another surface clearance. The first half's final act. Can Fitzroy halve the deficit? Davis has a look. Is there one more? There nearly was. And it would have counted. It was hit in time. Had it found the net, it would have stood. But all for that, it is the final piece of a first half that the Victorian Lions will relish. 3 up in next to no time. They then handled before a Fitzroy fifth was a late surge. Half time in Darebin. It's Fitzroy 1, Victoria Lions 4. We return from half-time, the final time tonight. And 20 minutes up against a Fitzroy side who are as well versed in fifth as this are. Could be quite the, I guess, posing prospect. A Tigers team who are full of belief. A late goal galvanising them before half-time in a game which otherwise, in more ways than one, has really not quite gone to plan so far this evening. Jimmy Soufis not best pleased about the kits, perhaps. A little Man United at Southampton in the 90s attempt at changing the kits at half-time as Rosman fancied a hit. And that flew wide. You can hear those two will be most vocal. They believe this second half is theirs for the taking. It's a rather loose one from Abdul Latif. McClure made it work. Oh, it's a beauty in return, though, for Dharma Georgie to pick out the top corner. Oh, my word, what a goal. Beautiful. Layla Abdul Latif at her very best with the ball. And Dharma Georgie drilled it certainly. And all of a sudden, from nowhere, Fitzroy have half the deficit. And the Tigers are just starting to find their claws. Remarkable. They couldn't, could they? They couldn't come from 4 down to not just rescue a game, but maybe, just maybe, go on and win it. It was a beautiful move. And here is Abdul Latif again. This time, nearly got it back from Araha. McClure continued it. Ubeek. McClure. Fitzroy with fire. Fitzroy with extra energy, extra guile. A really determined, a really rejuvenated second half. And Grange had to hammer it away. The sun's been set for some time here, but Victoria Lions maybe are just feeling the heat a touch. Abdul Latif steered it for Araha, and Davis got in the way. Could be a flurry. Possession will be key for them. Where they were without in the first half, they will be with for almost the entirety of the second. Trying to stretch this Victoria Lions team as far as it goes. Ubeek, switch. Abdul Latif, Araha. They work it out well. McClure. Back for Layla Abdul Latif. Araha with fizz. Ubeek made it work, but with too much on it. That will be their undoing, however. Any minor mistake. Rosman couldn't find Pipino. Araha headed home for Ubeek. McClure. Georgie had to clip it only as far as Davis. Araha really wanted to ward her off. Grange, Pipino. Gave it a hit. Georgie got across. Big Lions have a corner. Exchanging at the start of this second half. Pipino's take. Grange came across. McClure in the way the first time and the second. They could be two vital interventions. Pipino's take this time. Abdul Latif in ahead of Davis. And now the counter's on. Rosman came a long way and had to time that to perfection. The finest of margins as Araha hits, Grange blocks. And Dharma Georgie gallops. Three minutes have flown by. Blink and you would have missed them. This contest continuing the way that it started, despite Vic Lions taking a massive lead. Fitzroy have got further again. And when they are in the mood as they are now, it is fraught with danger. That's a loose one from Ubeek. Here's Grange, the press remaining high. It is going to be a roll in suffocation. This a second half of attrition, if ever you will see one. Who can go furthest? Who can stretch their set the longest? Layla Abdulatif on for McClure. McClure once more got it from Abdulatif. Now Hubeek. Had Grange to go at. Fancied it on the left and wins a corner. Fitzroy surging. Victoria line setting up. Abdulatif back post. And Hubeek's ball was a bit of a loosener. This a golden opportunity. Both of these teams, perfect starts. Only one can remain as such. You get the feeling neither want to split the points. Neither like sharing. This the most poignant of fixtures. And Hubeek is driving. McClure's up with her. Rosman parried. Grange picked it up. Pipino had three around her, one of whom was Araha. Pipino kept going, kept charging, kept fighting, and won a free kick. There is some real feeling and real fire in this fixture. Malloy got under it. Abdulatif took it down. It invited Pipino to press her to good effect. Abdulatif just got a foot in, and again Hubeek can't quite roll the way around. Which will be the goal to break this wide open? Pipino's ball, not a good one for Grange, who had made her move too early. And again. Fitzroy go, Hubeek. Georgie stole a yard. She didn't know much about the ball over the top. You get the feeling this will be a test of which system simplifies best. Who knows their own foundation firmest? That's searching for Pipino. Abdulatif did really well. Who wants to go the furthest down the stretch? Here's the question for everybody. As Abdulatif pressed by Pipino, Malloy as well. McClure smashed it. Rosman, ever cool. Just called Grange out of it. Pipino, you get the feeling she will get it more and more as this second half goes on. Malloy, hustled by McClure, did superbly. Lovely ball from Grange. Pipino had a glimpse momentarily, but Abdulatif came in with a cracking challenge. Pipino's take, Malloy on the switch. Hubeek not across. It is Gisela Pipino's hit! It's a beauty! An absolute belter. And just as they were tested, they resist. The buffer reinstalled, reinstated by a piece of magic. When the pressure ramps up, that is the kind of strike, the only one which is serviceable. And again, Fitzroy have one more to make up. Malloy, not beyond Abdulatif, who got it back from Sabre and flashed her effort wide. Quarter of an hour. Grange picked it up. Pipino had too much of it, and now McClure is driving. Allerton was with her, and in retreat they work it out. And there is much Fitzroy protest about the amount of contact given to Niamh McClure on that occasion. Georgie for Araha. Here is McClure. Araha once more. It's a good foot from Allerton. Fitzroy just reiterating the message. 15 minutes of heaps of time. Abdulatif, Sabre into Rosman, who might have a hit, you know. McClure was home to make sure it wasn't one that's too damaging. And then was forced to clear her lines. More will come on for Grange for Victoria Lions. There's Moore, who got it from Malloy. McClure cut it out when Georgie wanted it, and Allerton swarmed immediately. The pressure ramped up at every single moment it can be. Abdulatif went searching. Rosman gathered. Why not have another look? Pipino wanted to get a flick on it, just to see if it could be diverted. But was unable to apply such a touch. Abdulatif. Sabre. Abdulatif got in the way of the ball for Hugh Beak. Pipino could charge. Allerton up with her. Pipino wasn't able to find her. Hugh Beak cut it out well. Abdulatif now marching. Allerton came across. And yet there is much more Fitzroy frustration. One apiece added from half-time. Time not yet a factor, though it will quickly become to be. Lovely from Abdulatif. Sabre set it back for Layla Abdulatif. Malloy with a vital block, and Rosman is again quite a way away. With every single attack, though, you get the feeling something is closer to giving. McClure, Abdulatif, not beyond Allerton. If it stays this way. 9 points from 9, although there's still time for that to change. Sabre is charging and winning a corner. In fact, a side ball. Quick change. Abdulatif. Hugh Beak was on her own momentarily, but was crowded out well. Collins now had two to contend with. Hugh Beak kept bustling and ripped one right back. Bullish from Mary Hugh Beak. Collins couldn't handle it, and she thrashed it beyond Rosman to keep Fitzroy with an interest. Allerton had to go with height for Pipino. They weren't quite able to. Sabre got a clear and wins a free kick. They're just starting to feel the tension. All of that Victorian Lions angst, all of that unnerve is slowly surfacing. Fitzroy with a free kick, a chance to go within one, and Araha thumps it in via a deflection! Now then! They are right back in the hunt. Absolutely outrageous. Two in the blink of an eye, and we are almost back where we started. Improbably. Simply improbably. Fitzroy flying. Sabres hit! Inches. Rosman was inches from it being level. Fitzroy have a corner, and there is a real feeling on that bench, a real belief. On the other side, stunned into silence. Sabres take. Abdulatif low, vitally cut out, and Moore had a drive, which was off target. My word, what a game we've got on our hands. You just get the feeling we are so far from done. Collins, Ubeek, what a save! Rosman vitally, and now the other way. Moore is charging, and Moore is scoring. Breathing room rebalanced. A quick second half flurry. Victoria Lions, my word, did they need that. And now everything becomes less heavy again. The sky becomes bluer. And the challenge less imposing. That's lovely from McClure, who didn't quite keep it alive. What will this game throw up next? It has given everything. The frame of the goal needs readjustment. There is still the best part of 12 minutes. As Allerton tiptoeing, poking, Georgie gathered. And then Sol McClure short, Pipino, Collins, brilliant. Brilliant save from Georgie. You look at both benches, you wonder what the heart rate is. You wonder how they are holding. Fitzroy certainly more vibrant than they were half an hour ago. As Pipino lost it short, two ran into one another. Allerton in retreat, Ubeek was there, and Ubeek wasn't able to make it work. Moore, Allerton. That's a lovely ball to find Pipino and evade the press. Equally as good for Collins, who wanted to send Abdulatif. Shifted for Moore. Who's around Georgie? Penalty. It's hit an arm. And they will go to the spot. And now, after Fitzroy flirted with a leveller, Victoria Lions can keep the buffer that was there at the break. Gisela Pipino, the E-League's top scorer, the Golden Boot leader. This usually a foregone conclusion, but on a night like this, you just never know. Pipino scores. Composure kept right to the last. Nerve held. And the buffer is back to 3. And for all their huff, for all their puff, for all their push and pull, Fitzroy are back where they started. And still there is so much time. Still there is so much to offer. A seesawer of a seasonal statement. As Ubeek was afforded a yard and didn't catch it cleanly. Moore, who has been superb. On for Pipino, who got over Abdulatif, and Collins kept it rolling. And now Pipino's marching and firing her effort far over. Not even at the halfway stage. And this second half has been box office. Anything but a grandstand finish. And you suspect we've been undersold. Rosman went searching. Pipino pinned Abdulatif. Wanted to roll her way round. And wasn't able to find a finishing touch. Georgie direct and cut out by Moore. who pirouetted beyond Ubik. Got a ricochet from Abdul Latif. Set it back for Allerton, who wanted to go at Sabre, who stood firm. Allerton, Moore. Brilliant again. Oh, wonderful to find Pipino, and they'll take the free kick. And now a couple of changes. Fitzroy running them, start of the second half. Victoria Lions with quite the arsenal on their bench. You wonder when they will be reinstated as well. For now, they have a free kick. For now, they have an opportunity. And for now, the court needs clearing. Ensuring all is well and good. The court cleared once more. Victoria Lions with a free kick. If they were to hit a 4-goal buffer once more, the order may still not be too tall. We nearly saw one today. We were nearly on the brink of another. Pipino, Allerton, Ubik read it, her and Pipino entangled, and Ubik bundled her way through. Rosman spilled it, it's in! A moment of misfortune for the Victoria Lions keeper, done for pace as Ubik went all on her own, one way to another. And Fitzroy are right back in the fight with just over 10 to go. Allerton, Pipino. This game now being played at a chaotic, frantic pace. It does not match the cagey, curtailed events of the first half. This is what anybody in here could have dreamed of. There's Georgie. Look for Sabre, who couldn't pluck it. Rosman looked direct. Pipino. Hustled by Ubik, and Araha came across. Can cut the tension in here with a knife. There's more. Pipino. Collins. McDougall went to press her. Moore wanted to help it over. Araha did well after being entangled to almost break free. As Pipino's found once more. You said she'd be the focal point. She truly is. Collins, lovely. Found its way to Moore, and again Araha stands tall. Allerton rolled it for Pipino, who was slowed in her advance by Sabre. McDougall benefited and then was surrounded. Moore came away with it in a look to saunter through. Set it for Collins. Stole away from Sabre. Pipino, Moore, that's expertly done. And then the flick beyond Araha was inventive, albeit unsuccessful. Moore then tiptoed beyond two. Shrugged off McDougall. And then that's too much of Collins. This game has already given us so many moments. Moore's footwork has been magic throughout. Just when you think you have her, she finds a way to evade. And Pipino goes to Moore once again, who again with two to beat prevails. And this time Collins' pocket was picked. But it won't be damaging. McDougall in ahead, however. Collins holding. Two Tigers converging. And somehow the Lion came away from them all and then placed it on for Pipino, but with too much force. Georgie looks long, but to nobody. Still not a timeout issued in this second half. A real glance at the clock from Jimmy Soufis and Leila Abdulatif. Flung for McClure, whose touch was good. Wanted to clip it round the corner for Sabre. Well read by Collins, who's got options left and right. One of whom is Moore, who placed it with too much height this time for Pipino. That, again, rather wasteful from Fitzroy. Rosman, Allerton wanted to hook it towards Pipino, who Araha was then hustled by it, broke for McClure, who could not tiptoe her way further forward. Moore, Allerton, flick for Pipino, who had to battle beyond McClure and then flashed wide of the near post. Tama Georgie quick to roll it out. Sabre, McDougall, McClure. Fitzroy still within touching distance, but that's a giveaway. More Pipino! It's a huge, huge save from Dama Georgie. Yet another to the catalogue tonight. McDougall long, Allerton nodded it. McClure and McDougall came together. It's cleared only as far as Moore, who sent Cincotta. Some way, somehow, almost still had it fall to her. Allerton, Pipino, Moore, McDougall, again not for Cincotta. And you can feel the pressure starting to take its toll. McDougall's read is a good one, and the spin was sharp. Sabre, McClure, cut out by Allerton, who had Pipino lurking, unable to apply a finishing touch. Dama Georgie. McClure. Again, Allerton intervened. The shout is from the Fitzroy bench. All they need is one goal. They may very well be right. They are still oh so close. The problem is, time is no longer their friend. Grange. Couldn't refine more. And again, seconds tick by slowly. For Victoria Lions at this moment, they feel like minutes. Minutes feel like hours. They are trying to hold off and hang on. It's a good read by Sabre, who had a hit. Rosman saved. Cincotta's follow in. Got a challenge from Collins as she went to hit it. And now Moore can drive and Moore can turn and play Pipino, who couldn't thread the lot, and now the counter's the other way. McClure with Sabre on, Allerton in retreat. That is magnificent defending from Clarissa Allerton. The clearance only as far as McDougall, who stepped around Collins and couldn't find Sabre. It frees up for a moment, and then it becomes mixed in its own mayhem again. That is the way this game has flowed. That is the way it has transpired. And Cincotta is charging. Set for Araha. And that's a big block from Grange. Fitzroy corner. Araha. Cincotta. Lovely stern. And Grange must have got a good enough foot in. Cincotta. Araha gave it a flash! And Moore knew not much about it, but got a clearance nonetheless. Cincotta, Araha. This time didn't quite connect as cleanly. Approaching the final 5 minutes of what has been an enthralling and epic first meeting. If this is what we're in for between the top two this season, each and every single meeting will be front page, back page, and truly box office in and of itself. Lovely from Abdul Latif. Araha had a yards! And they are within one again. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. When they are tested, their backs are to the wall. Fitzroy refuse to prove that they are finite. And we are right back, almost, where we were many a minute ago. Araha's cut it. Allerton had a hit. Georgie parried. It didn't fall for Collins. Ubi got the final touch. Here's Allerton. Threaded it for Collins, who had two to evade and was unaware of an onrushing Ubique. Fitzroy charging, hustling and bustling. Their place at the top may well depend on it. Abdul Latif for McClure. This time not beyond Grange, who has got more up with her. Grange went alone and dragged it wide. That might be a massive moment. A massive look on the counter. The kind which even 5 minutes ago would have been polished. Ubique. Happy to take their time now, within one. McClure. Abdul Latif. Ubique had to stretch and couldn't get there. And could not get there. Every time Fitzroy have thrown something, Victoria Lions have responded in kind. And often it has been Moore who has done it. Collins. Just too short for Grange. It allowed McClure to pick it off. She went searching. Ubique, who had an acre. Those two muddled, miscommed, and out. What a finish we've got. This the perfect start to any weekend. As now Moore can drive. Araha had a healthy chunk. Her and Moore still battling. Abdul Latif won in the end. Ubique. Got it back from McClure and Georgie goes forward. McClure. Ubique. Every second priceless. McClure. Ubique had it open. Araha was in and Rosman saved. Another Fitzroy corner. Araha's take. Oh dear. That is a momentum killer. Is that the out ball the Victoria Lions were longing for? And now the fifth tactic comes to fruition. Now it is, what do we do? How can Dharma Georgie get on the end of something? How can she be part of a constructed symphony that would provide a leveller? Here is Neve McClure. Abdulatif McClure. Hugh Beak, who had just got a yard on Allerton, flashed it across. Collins blocked the first and got a flick on the second. It'll be a corner. And a timeout bait from Scott Rogan. You wonder when it will come. They want to leave it as late as possible. Georgie, Hugh Beak, Abdulatif. Araha gave it a hit, it's in! It has found its way! And they have found their way all the way back! Unbelievable! Astonishing! Araha caught Rosman napping at the near post. And Fitzroy, having been 4-1 down, having been 5-2 behind, have now tied it at 7. Superb. Absolutely superb. 3 minutes to find a winner. And the Tigers are looking to clean house. Abdulatif McClure, too heavy. Ample time to win it. Grange with a loose touch. It is all starting to show. The nerves are kicking in. Who can hold it? That's loose. McClure, Hugh Beak. It's a good read from Moore. Grandstand in every sense of the word. Abdulatif on for McClure. It's a good read from Davis, who has been spared for this moment, as has Gisela Pipino. Abdulatif went with height. Hugh Beak thought about it momentarily and then gave up the pursuit. Here is Rosman. Hustled. Pipino couldn't spin McClure. Hugh Beak threaded. Araha dropped it off for Abdulatif. Hugh Beak. Grange got a foot in, and now they can go. Grange had Pipino, who was lurking. McClure came across, and Hugh Beak kept it alive. Brilliant in retreat from Grange. Davis, Pipino. Not giving room to breathe. Moore. Davis. Who wants to win it? More threaded for Pipino, who couldn't get the reverse through in time. Who is happy to take the sting out. Pipino then not beyond Hugh Beak. Abdulatif beyond Grange. Only momentarily. Araha couldn't find anyone. A 107 seconds to find a winner. Moore tried to thread for Grange. Sabre stole in, poked it to McClure, who got it through to Hugh Beak. Wanted to steer it for Sabre, and Davis came across. Rosman long, McClure up. Davis flicked. Grange with a very good touch under pressure. Davis, Pipino. Worked a yard for herself and steered it wide. And steered it wide. Something of a collector's item in and of itself, and it might have opened the door for Fitzroy to try and find a winner. That was the look. They may not craft another like it. Rosman in the nick of time. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. You just can't wrap your head around it. Grange, hustled by Hugh Beak, who won it, and now it's 3-on-2. There are a couple charging. Rosman collected and gave it to Pipino. Cincotta did brilliantly. Pipino quickly on for more. Is this the moment? Dharma Georgie again comes up big. Quickly by Moore, away from Hugh Beak. Cincotta, away from Pipino. And somehow won the tussle with Davis. Steered it for Sabre, who fancied a hit and was not far away. Was really not far away. Now inside the final minute. Davis. McClure did superbly. Magnificent from Niamh McClure. Time dwindling. Davis nearly sold Pipino short, but she got away from Cincotta. Moore is up with her. This might be the option. Granger's at the back post. What a steer away from Hugh Beak. Outstanding. Proper backs to the wall stuff. Grange threaded. Pipino, corner. Corner, late on. The match's final minute. Pipino, Moore's done it! Moore has snatched it! Right at the very end. And Fitzroy want timeout. Corner picked to perfection. Absolutely unbelievable. It was down, it was out, the game was tied, it has been every single which way. And Victoria Lions, with half a minute remaining when we come back from timeout, lead Fitzroy by 8-7. The Lions have it to lose. Fitzroy have got to throw every single piece of the arsenal at Victoria Lions. They have half a minute to save themselves, half a minute to keep at least on pace with the team top of the table, and they nearly found Hugh Beak, and Pipino was there, and the shot was blocked by Davis, who will put it anywhere. 14 seconds of chaos, of craziness. Abdul Latif. Is there one more? Araha drilled it, Georgie's flick. This is it. 7 to go. Georgie, McClure. Abdul Latif! Almost! Almost! The spill nearly slipped through. They nearly had salvation. It is all on this. Araha's hit! A massive block, the following two. That'll do it! That will do it! Fitzroy vanquished. 3 from 3 in the most dramatic way possible. The first of the most spectacular of meetings you will see this season. Remarkable. in every sense of the word. Fitzroy were down and out. They had then dragged themselves off the canvas level before Moore in the dying moments went and pinched it right at the very last. Full time from an epic in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 7, Victoria Lions 8.
في أكبر الكتب.